The Bible makes only fleeting reference to the Nephilim, mentioning them in just a handful of verses. Yet, a complete ancient manuscript was unearthed that recounts their entire saga from their unique vantage point. When researchers stumbled upon the Dead Sea Scrolls back in 1947, hidden among those precious fragments was the enigmatic Book of Giants. This text originates from a time before the biblical deluge and discloses the Nephilim's visions, dialogues, and eventual destiny. Could this be nothing more than ancient folklore? Or might it bridge essential gaps in our comprehension of the events preceding Noah's construction of the ark? Before we get started, though, for those who are joining us for the first time, think about hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. We'd also appreciate knowing your location and the current time where you are. We truly enjoy hearing from our viewers. So, with no more delay, let's get into it, shall we? The forbidden manuscript concealed throughout time. Across the span of human history, specific writings have been kept hidden, their subject matter considered too perilous or peculiar for widespread knowledge. Within this collection of neglected works exists the Book of Giants, a fragmented narrative from the era predating the great deluge that erased the ancient world. This cryptic document recounts the story of entities known as the Nephilim, the progeny of angels and mortals who once traversed the earth as colossal beings. Their chronicle interweaves with that of Enoch, an upright man who communed with the divine and never experienced death. In contrast to the well-known accounts from Genesis, this record provides insight into an epoch when heaven and earth existed in closer proximity, when celestial entities mingled among humanity, and when monstrous creatures wandered freely. The Book of Giants never made it into the Bible as we recognize it today. Its sections were dispersed across time, concealed within caverns, and nearly obliterated forever. Nevertheless, fragments endured in the Dead Sea Scrolls discovered in the middle of the 20th century, as well as in ancient Manichaean writings found along the Silk Road trading routes. What reason existed for keeping this book concealed? It may be because it chronicles angels who violated divine ordinances, knowledge intended exclusively for heaven that spilled into earthly realms, and giants whose essences never genuinely perished. These motifs resonate throughout the most ancient stories of numerous cultures, legends of titans, of deluges dispatched to purify the world, and of wisdom originating from beyond our dimension. The narrative occupies the spaces between the verses of Genesis, elaborating on brief references to heroes from antiquity, men of great renown who lived during the time when the sons of God took the daughters of men as wives. Within merely a few verses, the Bible alludes to an exceptional epic, then continues forward. The Book of Giants bridges this void, unveiling the destiny of these creatures in the days before rainfall initially descended. At its essence, this forgotten document concerns boundaries that were violated and the consequences of prohibited knowledge. It describes an era when the divisions between realms were less substantial, when divine ordinances were transgressed, and when paradise slipped away. The giants themselves, suspended between heaven and earth, divine yet imperfect, embody the disorder that emerges when natural hierarchies are disrupted. Their account commences with angels observing from heaven, mesmerized by the attractiveness of human women. Before long, these watchers would make their descent to earth, claiming wives and imparting abilities reserved for divine beings. From these partnerships emerged the Nephilim, giants in physical dimensions and in hunger, creatures whose mere presence disturbed the structure of creation. The Book of Giants presents an unusual viewpoint on these occurrences, occasionally even from the perspective of the giants themselves. We learn of their visions, their anxieties as divine judgment draws near, and their frantic endeavors to escape annihilation. In contrast to most ancient writings, it provides a voice to the condemned, permitting us to observe their increasing recognition of fate encircling them. This forgotten segment of prehistory calls into question our comprehension of the ancient world. It indicates that the distinct divisions between virtue and wickedness, mortal and divine, weren't perpetually so evident. This moral complexity might explain why the document was pushed aside, permitted to vanish from collective memory while more straightforward moral accounts endured. As we reconstruct these ancient pieces, we encounter something simultaneously disturbing and meaningful, a shadow chronicle of our world, where angels descended, giants roamed, and the cosmos itself required purification. The Book of Giants serves as evidence of humanity's timeless captivation with what exists beyond the curtain, and the ramifications of gazing too intently into divine enigmas. The world preceding the deluge. Envision a world dissimilar to our own, where human lifetimes extended across multiple centuries, where the atmosphere hung heavy with life force, and where the separations between heaven and earth had not yet completely solidified. This represented the world before the Great Flood, a domain scarcely glimpsed in Genesis, yet illustrated with vivid detail in ancient manuscripts like the Book of Giants and the Book of Enoch. The terrain flourished with plenty unrecognized by subsequent eras. Vegetation expanded to enormous proportions, and creatures prospered in flawless synchronization with their environment. The earliest humans existed close to the soil, yet preserved recollections of Eden. They constructed no urban centers initially, choosing instead to reside in the valleys and flatlands of a world untouched by catastrophic events. Adam and his initial offspring walked with understanding from paradise, still vivid in their consciousness. They designated names for the stars, comprehended the speech of birds, and interpreted the configurations in moving water. This was a period when human awareness still reverberated with divine murmurs, when visions might carry communications from the beyond, and when the barrier between dimensions remained delicate. According to ancient manuscripts, the heavens themselves appeared different during that time. The waters positioned above the firmament, that enigmatic celestial reservoir referenced in Genesis, generated a canopy phenomenon, screening sunlight and preserving ideal temperatures. Certain scholars propose this pre-flood environment might account for the remarkable longevity assigned to early humans in biblical records. Yet, despite all its natural splendor, this world did not remain tranquil for an extended period. As human settlements expanded and dispersed across the terrain, they started to diverge from their initial balance. The descendants of Cain erected the initial cities, forged the earliest metals, and cultivated arts, both magnificent and hazardous. The lineage of Seth preserved ancient traditions, dwelling close to nature and safeguarding the wisdom of former days. Then arrived the Watchers. These celestial creatures, neither completely angels nor deities in the contemporary understanding, monitored humanity from their heavenly stations. They observed as humans experienced joy, engaged in conflict, experienced love, and produced creations. Something regarding these transient, intense existences called out to them, awakening yearnings unfamiliar to their immortal essence. Their descent transformed everything. The Book of Giants recounts how these divine entities relinquished their assignments, selecting incarnation in physical bodies. They came down near Mount Hermon, at the frontier regions of what would eventually be known as Israel and Lebanon. At that location, they formed an agreement among themselves. They would claim human brides, impart forbidden disciplines, and exist as sovereigns among mortals. The world underwent transformation under their influence. Human communities developed into powerful kingdoms virtually instantaneously. Novel technologies proliferated with remarkable speed: metallurgy, weaponry, cosmetics, and astronomical knowledge. Women acquired the mysteries of roots and plants, of casting and releasing enchantments. Men obtained understanding of stellar movements and the crafting of swords. What could have required thousands of years of organic development transpired in merely a few generations. However, this accelerated progression arrived at a horrific cost. The Watchers, in disseminating heaven's secrets, disrupted the natural sequence. understanding meant to emerge gradually was now possessed by creatures unprepared for its magnitude. As the Book of Giants indicates, humanity became intoxicated on these newly acquired capabilities, directing them towards subjugation rather than equilibrium. Most alarming of all were the children of these couplings, the Nephilim. Gigantic in physical stature and craving, these creatures devoured the world's provisions at disturbing rates. They consumed not merely plants but animals, then humans, when alternative sustenance became limited. Ancient manuscripts characterize them as towering many times the height of ordinary men, projecting lengthy shadows across frightened villages. These were not the compassionate giants of folklore for children, but terrors with godlike power and excessively human cravings. Neither completely divine nor completely mortal, they inhabited a tormented intermediate condition, mighty yet unsatisfied, powerful yet sorrowful. Their very being signified a cosmic error, a violation of boundaries that could not be reversed. As the Nephilim increased in number, the formerly flawless world descended into disorder. Woodlands were devastated to satisfy their appetite. Animals escaped before them. Humans withdrew to mountainous regions and arid lands, pursuing sanctuary from both the giants and the progressively bizarre creatures emerging from the Watcher's manipulations of nature. The skies grew darker with unnatural tempests. The earth fractured in locations, releasing peculiar vapors and waters from profound depths. The structured world of creation started to disintegrate at its edges. What Genesis condenses into a solitary line, the earth was saturated with violence. The Book of Giants expands into a sweeping view of cosmic disruption. In this shattered world, a handful of humans still recalled the ancient ways. They gazed at the nocturnal sky and recognized that something had gone profoundly awry. They called out to heaven, questioning why the stars appeared less brilliant, why the seasons became erratic, why their offspring existed in terror. Their supplications ascended like smoke, rising to the throne of the Most High, who had observed in stillness as his creation plunged into chaos. The conditions were established for divine action. The world preceding the flood had transformed into a proving ground for prohibited understanding and a theater of war between cosmic powers. Something would need to yield. Either the experiment of creation would be relinquished entirely, or a purification would need to arrive. Fallen stars and divine transgressions. The ancient manuscripts speak of creatures neither human nor divine who once connected the space between earth and sky. The Book of Giants identifies them as watchers, celestial guardians, assigned to monitor the developing spectacle of creation without intervention. They served as the eyes of heaven, stationed among the stars to observe the maturation of the young world. These watchers, called Irin in Aramaic and Grigori in Greek, totaled 200 according to most records. Each held knowledge of particular heavenly enigmas, the trajectories of stars, the characteristics of vegetation, the configurations of weather, the fashioning of metals. Their assignment was straightforward: observe, document, and report. Never interfere. Nevertheless, something regarding humanity captured their focus. Perhaps it was the transient, intense flame of mortal existence, so distinct from their own perpetual being. It might have been the attractiveness of women with their cascading hair and elegant motions, or it could have been the freedom they desired, the capacity to choose, to commit errors, to experience the complete spectrum of emotions prohibited to flawless beings. Regardless of the motivation, these celestial observers developed restlessness at their positions. They communicated among themselves, exchanging forbidden concepts. Their commander, Shemhazai, articulated what others hesitated to voice. Why should we persist in separation? What if we descended and claimed for ourselves brides from among the daughters of mankind? The concept proliferated like wildfire among the watchers. To abandon their stations would be inconceivable, a betrayal of sacred obligation. Yet the notion, once implanted, became irresistible. They assembled on Mount Hermon, that ancient summit bridging worlds, and there they made an oath secured by dreadful curses. They would descend together, claim wives, and instruct humans in the secrets of heaven. Their descent represented the first major rebellion since Lucifer's downfall. The Book of Giants characterizes it as stars streaming downward from the night heavens, departing their designated locations and assuming human shape. They manifested as men of exceptional height and attractiveness, their eyes mirroring the cosmos they had forsaken, their voices bearing traces of celestial harmony. Human women were entranced by these peculiar, magnetic creatures. The daughters of Cain particularly embraced them, perceiving in these visitors an opportunity to obtain power their clans had long been refused. Unions were conducted, festivities held beneath strangely colored skies. The Watchers escorted their selected brides to isolated valleys and mountain territories, founding kingdoms separate from typical human communities. But matrimony was merely the start of their violation. The more significant offense followed. They commenced teaching. Each Watcher disclosed secrets intended to stay concealed until humanity had matured sufficiently to manage such understanding. Azazel imparted weaponry and cosmetics, the disciplines of warfare and attractiveness. Barakel unveiled the indicators of lightning and weather forecasting. Kokabiel communicated the enigmas of stars and stellar patterns. Shamsiel revealed the roots of the sun to human comprehension. Under their instruction, humans progressed at an unnatural velocity. Communities metamorphosed into cities nearly overnight. Women decorated themselves with cosmetics and adornments created from formulas never intended for mortal possession. Men fashioned weapons from unusual metals and waged wars with progressively lethal effectiveness. The natural advancement of human development, intended to transpire over millennia, was condensed into mere generations. This acceleration produced disorder rather than enlightenment. Humans lacked readiness for such understanding. They were deficient in the wisdom to equilibrate power with accountability, to comprehend the ramifications of their newfound capabilities. Technologies intended to assist became instruments of control. Arts intended to uplift became methods of manipulation. The divine gift of knowledge, presented prematurely and without framework, proved toxic. Meanwhile, the Watchers perpetrated additional violations. Not satisfied with instructing humans, they started experimenting with the natural world itself. The Book of Giants suggests terrible manipulations, blending of species, generation of hybrid creatures, endeavors to reshape life according to their own blueprints. These experiments produced abominations that roamed the wilderness, further disturbing the equilibrium of creation. As their offenses multiplied, the Watchers uncovered something unanticipated. They were transforming. Their celestial essence, once pure and flawless, became obscured with human sentiments, envy, terror, remorse. Their abilities, though still considerable, started to diminish. Having traversed the boundary between heaven and earth, they discovered themselves ensnared in a middle condition, no longer completely divine, yet not genuinely mortal. Most unsettling was their increasing consciousness of time. As immortal creatures, they had never experienced the urgency of fleeting days, the burden of years, the dread of termination. Now, in their semi-mortal state, they perceived time's arrow penetrating them as well. This consciousness brought a franticness to their behaviors, a frenzied quality to their ongoing experiments. What had commenced as inquisitive yearning became something more sinister, a craving to recover divine status through understanding and authority rather than compliance. They erected magnificent temples where they received worship as deities, required sacrifices, and founded bloodlines that would maintain their influence for generations to follow. Heaven observed all this in accumulating silence. The positions of the Watchers remained vacant among the stars. The cosmic sequence, once flawless in its synchronization, experienced distortions that reverberated through creation. The rebellion could not remain unanswered indefinitely. As the Book of Giants narrates it, judgment was already being formulated in the highest dimensions, a reckoning that would eliminate not merely the rebels, but the world their behaviors had tainted. The Watchers perceived this approaching tempest. In tranquil moments, gazing up at the stars they had relinquished, they sensed the increasing coldness of divine displeasure. Their visions, once saturated with heavenly melodies, now resonated with cautions. But having selected their course, they could not reverse direction. Their descent, once initiated, would need to proceed to its harsh conclusion. Birth of the Nephilim. From the prohibited partnerships of Watchers and human women emerged offspring dissimilar to any the world had witnessed previously. The Book of Giants designates them Nephilim, a designation that signifies the fallen ones, or potentially those who cause others to fall. They appeared from their mothers' wombs already more substantial than typical newborns, their eyes opened and conscious, their cravings unquenchable from the initial breath. They matured at a disturbing velocity. While human offspring required years to achieve maturity, these hybrid creatures attained adult dimensions in months, and they did not cease growing. Year following year, they persisted in expanding in stature and mass until they loomed over their human mothers and even their Watcher fathers. Ancient manuscripts reference giants achieving heights of 30 cubits, exceeding 40 feet tall. Though such assertions may be embellished through centuries of narrative transmission, their physical characteristics identified them as neither completely human nor completely divine. Certain records characterize them with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. Additional sources reference unusual pigmentation, pale flesh that never darkened, hair in improbable hues, eyes that mirrored light like animals in obscurity. Most remarkable was their double row of teeth referenced in multiple sources, which permitted them to rip through flesh with horrifying proficiency. However, more disturbing than their appearance was their temperament. The Nephilim personified the most undesirable traits of both lineages, the authority and understanding of the Watchers without their original innocence, the impulses and cravings of humans without their potential for compassion and development. They were entities of hunger, perpetually starving for nourishment, for encounters, for supremacy. Their consumption rapidly became a source of horror. Initially, they devoured only vegetation, consuming entire fields in solitary meals. Subsequently, they turned to animals, pursuing the most substantial beasts to elimination in numerous territories. When these demonstrated inadequate, they commenced feeding on humans. The Book of Giants characterizes them devouring people while alive, consuming blood from vessels, and even devouring one another when alternative sustenance became limited. Despite their monstrous characteristics, the Nephilim displayed exceptional intelligence. They absorbed the mysteries taught by their fathers and built upon this understanding, cultivating arts and technologies formerly unknown. They constructed colossal edifices, palaces, temples, monuments to their own strength, utilizing methods forgotten after the flood. They created songs and verse, developed systems of script, and examined the trajectories of stars with intense fascination. This intelligence established them as organic rulers. They positioned themselves as monarchs and deities over human settlements, requiring worship and tribute. Certain ones governed through terror alone, while others exhibited a dark magnetism that attracted willing adherents. Under their dominion, human civilization accomplished marvels, but forfeited its moral direction, transforming into a distorted mirror of divine intention. The Book of Giants assigns these creatures names that resonate throughout various mythologies: Oya and Haya, sons of Shemhazai; Mahawai, son of Barakel; Gilgamesh, appearing in both this manuscript and Mesopotamian saga, and others including Aram and Hobabish. These weren't merely nameless terrors, but individuals with distinctive personalities, abilities, and domains. Each giant had received particular knowledge from his Watcher father. Ohia comprehended the trajectories of stars and could forecast celestial occurrences with uncanny precision. Hahia possessed the mysteries of metal and flame, forging armaments that could penetrate any protection. Mahawai had the talent of vision, interpretation, and could traverse enormous distances in trance conditions. Gilgamesh possessed supernatural power, even surpassing that of his brothers. Their designations mirror their dual heritage, partially celestial, partially earthly. They recognize themselves both as sons of particular watchers and as sovereigns of specific territories on Earth. This dual recognition produced constant internal turmoil, a perception of belonging nowhere that energized their fury and aspiration. Among humans, responses to the Nephilim differed. Certain ones revered them as divine creatures, constructing temples and presenting sacrifices to secure their approval. Others escaped to distant locations, pursuing refuge from their oppression. A handful of courageous individuals resisted, though such resistance characteristically concluded in massacre. The Book of Giants references isolated settlements of humans who maintained ancient ways, sustaining their faith in the Creator, while giants dominated the broader world. Perhaps most touching was the connection between the Nephilim and their human mothers. These women, having carried the giants in their wombs and nursed them in infancy, observed as their offspring developed into creatures they could no longer comprehend or manage. Certain mothers remained intensely protective despite their offspring's monstrous character. Others escaped in revulsion or ended their own lives in sorrow and disgrace. The Watchers, likewise, possessed complicated sentiments about their giant sons. They had transgressed divine ordinance to generate these creatures and sensed accountability for their character. Certain fathers endeavored to instruct their offspring wisdom and self-control, though such lessons seldom took hold. Others arrogantly promoted their sons' most terrible inclinations, perceiving in their supremacy a reflection of their own rebellion against heaven. As generations elapsed, the circumstance developed more intricate. The original Nephilim commenced generating offspring of their own, occasionally with human women, occasionally with their own species. These second-generation giants were characteristically smaller than their progenitors, but still substantially larger than humans. With each generation, their dimensions decreased while their quantities multiplied, generating a hierarchy of giants that dominated different territories. Their influence on the natural world was catastrophic. Woodlands vanished as they consumed timber for fires and construction materials. Animal species disappeared beneath their hunting demands. The climate itself started to transform as ecological systems disintegrated under their requirement for provisions. What had formerly been a garden world gradually metamorphosed into a location of deficiency and conflict. Most troubling was their impact on human advancement. Under Nephilim influence, human societies became progressively violent and tainted. Warfare became perpetual, with giants commanding armies against opposing territories. Human sacrifice developed common, initially to placate the giants themselves, subsequently as a customary religious observance. The disciplines taught by the Watchers, intended to elevate humanity, instead became implements of control and annihilation. By the time multiple centuries had transpired since the Watchers' descent, the world had become essentially unidentifiable. The balanced creation portrayed in Genesis had surrendered to a nightmare domain of giant monarchs, human captives, monstrous creatures, and ecological disintegration. Heaven could no longer persist in silence. The conditions were established for judgment, not merely of the rebels who had initiated this sequence of occurrences, but of the broken world their behaviors had generated. The lost manuscript resurrected. For thousands of years, the Book of Giants persisted only in murmurs. References surfaced in other ancient manuscripts, a phrase here, a reference there, but the book itself appeared vanished to time. Unlike the Book of Enoch, which Ethiopian Christians maintained in its completeness, the Giants' Chronicle seemed to have disappeared entirely, leaving only faint resonances in world mythology. Then occurred one of the most significant archaeological breakthroughs of the modern era. In the spring of 1947, a Bedouin shepherd named Mohammed Edadib was pursuing a lost goat among the limestone precipices overlooking the Dead Sea. Tossing a stone into a cave entrance, he perceived the unexpected noise of pottery shattering. His inquisitiveness aroused. He penetrated the cave and uncovered clay vessels containing ancient scrolls enclosed in linen. This initial cave near Qumran would ultimately lead to the identification of 11 caves containing what we now designate the Dead Sea Scrolls. Over 900 documents dating from the 3rd century before the Common Era to the 1st century of the Common Era. Concealed for nearly 2,000 years, these manuscripts included biblical documents, community regulations, calendrical records, and formerly unknown religious compositions. Among these retrieved treasures were portions of a manuscript unlike any formerly recognized. Composed in Aramaic on parchment, these portions recounted narratives of giants, their visions, and their approaching annihilation. Scholars promptly realized they had discovered pieces of the long-vanished Book of Giants, a manuscript referenced in ancient sources, but presumed permanently lost. The identification necessitated meticulous labor. The portions were diminutive, deteriorated by time and environmental factors. Numerous were no larger than a credit card, containing merely a handful of lines of text. Scholars needed to assemble them together like a puzzle, seeking connecting boundaries, coordinating handwriting characteristics, and continuing narrative sequences. What rendered this breakthrough particularly noteworthy was its date. The Qumran manuscripts predated formally recognized references to the Book of Giants by multiple centuries. This wasn't a late fabrication, but a genuinely ancient composition circulating among Jewish settlements before the time of Jesus. Its existence among the Dead Sea Scrolls indicated it possessed significance for the Qumran settlement, conceivably the Essenes, a Jewish faction recognized for their apocalyptic convictions and ritual cleanliness. However, the narrative of rediscovery wasn't finished. Around the identical period, scholars examining ancient Manichaean manuscripts discovered in Central Asia recognized they contained substantial sections of the identical chronicle. Manichaeism, a religious framework established by the prophet Mani in 3rd century Persia, had integrated the Book of Giants into its canonical literature, maintaining sections vanished elsewhere. These Manichaean portions surfaced in multiple languages, Middle Persian, Sogdian, Uyghur, and Coptic, demonstrating how extensively the manuscript had proliferated along the Silk Road. They contained episodes absent from the Qumran portions, permitting scholars to reconstruct more of the original chronicle. Particularly significant were manuscripts uncovered at Turfan in contemporary China and at Medinet Mahdi in Egypt. Collectively, these breakthroughs disclosed something exceptional. The Book of Giants had experienced extensive popularity across vastly different cultures and religious customs. It had been examined by Jewish settlements in Palestine, by Manichaean merchants in Central Asia, and by Christian monks in Egypt. Despite official omission from Jewish and Christian scriptural collections, it had persisted through underground transmission and modification. The retrieval process persists today. Novel technologies permit scholars to interpret formerly illegible portions. Sophisticated imaging methods disclose ink invisible to the unaided eye. Computer evaluation assists matching portions based on handwriting configurations. With each novel advancement, more of the vanished chronicle returns to illumination after millennia of obscurity. What renders this rediscovery so meaningful is the portal it establishes into ancient cognition. The Book of Giants signifies a fundamental connection between Jewish apocalyptic literature and broader Near Eastern mythology. Its incorporation of Gilgamesh, the protagonist of Mesopotamian epic, alongside biblical characters, demonstrates how ancient cultures appropriated and modified narratives across religious divisions. For biblical scholars, the manuscript illuminates obscure sections in Genesis. The enigmatic reference to when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men broadens into a comprehensive chronicle of cosmic rebellion and its ramifications. The concise reference to Nephilim, the powerful men who existed of old, acquires framework and background. What the Bible presents as suggestions and portions, the Book of Giants investigates in depth. Perhaps most significantly, this resurrection challenges our comprehension of ancient Jewish cognition. Conventional assumptions about rigorous monotheism and inflexible boundaries between Jewish and pagan customs become more intricate when we observe how openly certain Jewish settlements incorporated components from surrounding cultures. The divisions between orthodox and heterodox emerge more flexible than subsequent religious authorities would propose. The manuscript also provides perception into ancient anxieties that still resonate presently. The appropriate boundaries of understanding, the connection between humanity and divine dimensions, the ramifications of environmental manipulation, and the apprehension of corrupt governance. Though structured in mythological terminology, these motifs mirrored genuine anxieties about authority, understanding, and cosmic sequence. Presently, the Book of Giants exists in fragmentary shape, with numerous sections still absent or incomplete. Scholars persist in the patient labor of translation, reconstruction, and interpretation. Each portion retrieved contributes another piece to this ancient puzzle, transporting us nearer to comprehending a world where giants traversed the earth and angels descended from heaven. Enoch, the scribe of judgment. Among the characters who navigate through the peculiar landscape of the Book of Giants, none towers higher than Enoch, though he was not physically tall whatsoever, a modest human in a world of terrors and fallen angels. Enoch became the essential connection between earth and heaven during creation's most shadowy hour. Genesis presents us merely a glimpse of this exceptional man. Enoch walked with God, then he was no more because God took him. In this solitary cryptic phrase exists a narrative so exceptional that it generates centuries of legends, manuscripts, and mystical customs. The Book of Giants broadens this concise reference into an account of cosmic importance. Born 7 generations from Adam, Enoch existed in the shadow of the Watcher's rebellion. While others revered these fallen angels or escaped their giant offspring, Enoch sustained faith in the Creator alone. He pursued a different course, one of virtuous conduct, tranquil reflection, and meticulous observation. While the world surrounding him plunged into disorder, he preserved inner balance. His wisdom didn't originate from the Watcher's prohibited instructions, but from direct communion with the divine. Traveling alone in untamed locations away from tainted cities, Enoch discovered himself approaching nearer to heaven through supplication and contemplation. His consciousness expanded to realities beyond physical perception. The Book of Giants proposes that while others acquired knowledge through rebellion, Enoch obtained wisdom through compliance. This communion intensified until something unprecedented transpired. Enoch commenced documenting divine disclosures. Utilizing writing systems still novel to humanity, he recorded heavenly mysteries appropriately unveiled rather than appropriated. He became creation's initial genuine scribe, documenting not merely earthly occurrences, but cosmic configurations, angelic hierarchies, and divine verdicts. His compositions differed fundamentally from the understanding taught by Watchers. Where their instructions led to violence and taint, Enoch's compositions advanced harmony and virtue. He portrayed the genuine character of the cosmos, not to manipulate its forces, but to marvel at its blueprint. His astronomical observations didn't assist sorcery, but assisted restoring appropriate calendars and festivities in a world where times and seasons had become disordered. As his comprehension intensified, Enoch obtained capabilities that obscured the division between human and divine. He could decipher visions with flawless precision. His supplications reached heaven immediately, without intermediaries. Most exceptionally, he could traverse in spirit shape, his consciousness departing his body to visit distant locations, even dimensions beyond the physical realm. This capability rendered him uniquely precious when judgment drew near. While the Watchers remained confined to earth by their physical shapes, and the giants lacked the spiritual essence to rise, Enoch could navigate between realms. He became the courier between fallen angels and divine power, between the giants and their approaching fate. The Book of Giants portrays how the Nephilim, disturbed by apocalyptic visions, pursued someone who could decipher their dreams and potentially intervene for them. They turned to Enoch, dispatching one of their own Mahawai, son of the Watcher Barakel, to pursue his guidance. This expedition forms one of the manuscript's central episodes, a frantic endeavor by condemned creatures to comprehend their destiny. Mahawai journeyed enormous distances to locate Enoch, who resided far from tainted territories in a location of natural magnificence still resembling the original creation. Their encounter signifies a meaningful moment, the offspring of rebellion, facing the embodiment of virtuous humanity. Mahawai, physically colossal but spiritually reduced, standing before Enoch, physically diminutive but spiritually awakened. Enoch listened to the giant's visions and conveyed heaven's answer without trepidation. Unlike others who trembled before the Nephilim, he communicated with tranquil power, recognizing he represented something superior to physical strength. He validated their most terrible anxieties. Judgment was genuinely approaching. The deluge would purify the earth of their taint. There would be no clemency for creatures whose very being violated cosmic ordinance. This function as messenger of fate earned Enoch numerous designations in ancient literature: witness of judgment, voice of heaven, prophet of the conclusion. Yet, the Book of Giants portrays him not as a vengeful character, but as a truth-bearer, whose declarations offered one final opportunity for comprehension, if not deliverance. He didn't celebrate the giants' approaching annihilation, but solemnly accomplished his obligation to transmit heaven's proclamation. His judgment extended to the Watchers as well. When these fallen angels implored him to intervene for them, Enoch consented to transport their petition to heaven. He rose in spirit shape to the divine throne, presenting their appeal with honesty and empathy. But the response returned unchanged. Their offenses could not be pardoned. Their consequence would be eternal confinement beneath the earth, followed by final judgment at the conclusion of time. Why was Enoch selected for this cosmic function? The Book of Giants proposes several explanations. His virtue rendered him a suitable counterbalance to surrounding taint. His scribal capabilities permitted him to document verdicts precisely. His spiritual advancement had equipped him to observe divine realities without being annihilated by them. Perhaps most significantly, he signified what humanity could have been and might still transform into after purifying waters withdrew. The connection between Enoch and the giants discloses the manuscript's deeper theological anxieties. The giants, despite all their physical strength, lack the spiritual potential that renders Enoch genuinely powerful. They can annihilate bodies, but cannot rescue their own souls. Their understanding, appropriated from heaven rather than appropriately obtained, demonstrates futile in confronting divine judgment. Enoch, physically susceptible but spiritually animated, ultimately possesses the genuine authority in their exchanges. As the flood drew near, Enoch's function transformed from courier to observer. The Book of Giants characterizes him monitoring the developing judgment, not with satisfaction, but with grave comprehension of its necessity. While Noah constructed his ark to maintain physical existence, Enoch maintained wisdom and recollection, guaranteeing that future generations would comprehend both the taint that required purification and the course toward restored balance. Then arrives the moment Genesis portrays so concisely: he was no more because God took him. The Book of Giants broadens this into a magnificent ascension. Rather than experiencing death, Enoch was metamorphosed, his physical shape transforming into something more celestial. He was elevated bodily into heaven, the initial human to penetrate divine dimensions without traversing death's portal. Subsequent customs would construct on this moment, portraying Enoch's metamorphosis into the angel Metatron, heaven's celestial scribe. Though these embellishments proceed beyond the Book of Giants itself, they mirror an enduring captivation with this character who stood between realms. Not partially divine like the Nephilim, but completely human, yet embraced into divine fellowship. In the conclusion, Enoch signifies hope within the otherwise shadowy chronicle of the Book of Giants. While fallen angels and their offspring confront annihilation, his narrative proposes another possibility, that humans who pursue virtue might transcend present limitations and approach nearer to their divine origin. In a manuscript primarily regarding boundaries transgressed and divine fury released, Enoch presents a glimpse of boundaries appropriately traversed and divine acceptance extended. Fragmented but powerful, the Book of Giants arrives to us not as a smooth chronicle, but as dispersed pieces of an ancient enigma. Unlike biblical manuscripts maintained through meticulous copying over centuries, this peculiar document persisted only in portions, some no larger than a fingernail, others containing merely a handful of words or sentences. Nevertheless, from these shattered remnants surfaces a narrative of exceptional power and intricacy. The framework we can reconstruct proposes a composition of considerable sophistication. It wasn't merely a compilation of legends, but a meticulously constructed chronicle navigating between different viewpoints and time periods. Certain sections communicate with the voice of an all-knowing narrator portraying occurrences from above. Others assume the perspective of particular giants, particularly Oya, Haya, and Mahawai, permitting readers to glimpse the developing disaster through their eyes. What renders this fragmentary manuscript so captivating is its unusual viewpoint. Most ancient religious literature presents divine judgment from the perspective of the virtuous or the divine. The Book of Giants ventures to reveal apocalypse from the viewpoint of the condemned. We observe the escalating terror of creatures who gradually recognize they've been considered cosmic errors, their very being an affront to creation's sequence. Through deteriorated sections and absent pieces, we glimpse the emotional existences of these fated giants. They encounter bewilderment as disturbing visions commence to torment their slumber. Worry escalates as they consult one another, contrasting visions and pursuing interpretations. Hope ignites briefly when they dispatch Mahawai to locate Enoch, then disintegrates when the verdict returns unmodified. Finally arrives despair as waters commence to ascend around them, validating that no clemency will arrive. This psychological profundity separates the Book of Giants from simpler morality accounts. Its protagonists aren't depicted as purely wicked, but as intricate creatures caught between realms, products of a prohibited partnership who never requested to exist. Their annihilation becomes not merely deserved consequence, but cosmic tragedy necessary yet mournful. The manuscript's fragmentation actually amplifies this emotional influence. Gaps in the chronicle compel readers to participate actively, envisioning what might occupy the spaces between maintained sections. The shattered shape mirrors the shattered world. It portrays a creation fractured by rebellion, a balanced sequence now in pieces. Examining the Book of Giants becomes an encounter of assembling significance from portions, much as its characters endeavor to compile comprehension from fragmentary visions and dreams. Imagery in the persisting sections demonstrates exceptional vividness. We examine giants whose stature reaches the clouds, of trees extracted like vegetation in their hands, of mountains utilized as thrones. We observe Mahawai soaring between distant locations, his wings transporting him across enormous territories. We observe visions where magnificent tablets of stone descend from heaven, inscribed with verdicts that cannot be erased. The cosmology disclosed through these portions presents Earth as merely one dimension among numerous. Above extends the divine realm with its various heavens and angelic hierarchies. Below exists the chasm where rebellious watchers will be confined. Between these dimensions navigate creatures like Enoch, who can rise to heaven while still existing, and fallen angels, who descended to earth but can never return home. This multi-layered universe mirrors ancient Near Eastern concepts rather than subsequent medieval cosmologies. It presents a realm where divine and earthly dimensions aren't entirely isolated, but contact at certain locations. Mountains extend toward heaven. Visions establish portals between realms. Particularly talented individuals can traverse between dimensions. This permeable boundary between realms renders the Watcher's violation feasible, but also permits divine intervention when that violation proceeds too far. The Book of Giants differs from canonical scripture in meaningful ways. It features designated protagonists among the tainted rather than concentrating solely on the virtuous. It investigates moral complexity, where divine judgment, while justified, descends on creatures who are casualties of their own character. It integrates components from multiple mythological customs, demonstrating how ancient Jewish thinkers participated with surrounding cultures. Most remarkable is how the manuscript manages divine justice. Unlike the Flood Chronicle in Genesis, where wickedness is merely declared as truth, the Book of Giants demonstrates the particular transgressions that provoked heaven's answer. We observe the Watchers instructing prohibited disciplines, the giants devouring beyond sustainable boundaries, and hybrid creatures distorting natural sequence. Divine judgment emerges not as arbitrary consequence, but as necessary restoration of cosmic equilibrium. The language maintained in these portions mirrors their ancient origins. Composed primarily in Aramaic at Qumran, with versions also existing in Middle Persian, Sogdian, and other tongues, the manuscript utilizes imagery and expressions characteristic of Second Temple Judaism. Technical terminology for angels, demons, and cosmic territories disclose connections to other apocalyptic literature from this period, particularly the Book of Enoch. Despite its fragmentary character, or potentially because of it, the Book of Giants persists in fascinating scholars and spiritual pursuers alike. Its shattered pieces present glimpses into an ancient worldview where the divisions between myth and chronicle hadn't yet solidified, where angels might literally traverse among humans, and where visions could carry communications from beyond our dimension. The manuscript raises meaningful questions that transcend its ancient framework. What transpires when creatures hold understanding without wisdom to utilize it appropriately? What are the ramifications when natural boundaries are transgressed? Can those born from violation escape the legacy of their beginnings? These motifs resonate across centuries, communicating to contemporary anxieties about technology, environmental manipulation, and moral accountability. In its deteriorated shape, the Book of Giants reminds us that some of the most potent narratives arrive to us incomplete. Like a partially excavated metropolis or a symphony absent movements, its portions invite us to participate actively with the past, to envision what might have occupied now vacant spaces, and to recognize that even shattered chronicles can carry meaningful truths about our realm and ourselves. The Watchers in Chains. As the giants' visions developed darker and their anxieties escalated, their fathers, the fallen Watchers, confronted their own increasing terror. These, formerly celestial creatures who had relinquished heaven's courts for earthly delights, commenced to recognize the complete ramifications of their rebellion. The Book of Giants portrays their alarm as divine judgment drew near, a panic all the more horrific because they, unlike their offspring, completely comprehended what they had forfeited. The Watchers assembled in secret assemblies away from human communities and giant settlements. In mountain caverns and isolated valleys, they deliberated their deteriorating circumstance. Their physical shapes, once adopted willingly, had transformed into confinements. Their divine understanding, once their arrogance, now demonstrated with flawless clarity the catastrophe they had generated and could not reverse. Most disturbing were the transformations in the natural world surrounding them. The Watchers, with their cosmic consciousness, perceived indicators invisible to others. Subtle alterations in stellar configurations, unusual animal relocations, modifications in plant development configurations. The world was organizing for metamorphosis. Creation itself appeared to be retreating from their tainting existence, withdrawing like healthy tissue from infection. Their commander, Shemhazai, who had initially suggested descent to Earth, requested desperate actions. Perhaps, if they unified their remaining abilities, they might rise again and implore forgiveness. Perhaps if they reversed their instructions, reclaiming prohibited understanding from humanity, they might prevent judgment. Perhaps if they annihilated their own offspring, heaven might demonstrate clemency. But in their hearts, they recognized such endeavors would demonstrate futile. The Book of Giants portrays how these fallen angels turned to the one creature who might intervene for them, Enoch, the human who walked with God. They transmitted communications imploring him to advocate their appeal before heaven's throne. Their requests blended genuine remorse with frantic self-preservation, acknowledging their transgressions while pursuing to escape ramifications. Enoch consented to transport their petition, not from sympathy for their situation, but from compliance to divine will. The manuscript portrays his rise to heaven's gates, carrying the Watcher's appeal like a scroll clutched in human hands. Before the brilliant light of divine existence, he examined their declarations, excluding nothing, contributing nothing. Then he waited in stillness for heaven's answer. The response arrived with dreadful finality. The Watchers had traversed a boundary that could not be reversed. Their understanding of divine enigmas, unified with physical shapes and earthly cravings, signified a cosmic menace that could not be permitted to persist. They would be confined beneath the earth until final judgment at the conclusion of days. Following that, eternal flame awaited. There would be no return to heaven's courts, no restoration to former magnificence. Enoch descended with this verdict inscribed on tablets of stone. The Watchers assembled to receive their sentence, hope still flickering in eyes that had formerly mirrored celestial light. As Enoch examined heaven's proclamation, that light finally expired. The arrogant creatures who had formerly stood in divine existence now descended prostrate on earth's dust, their laments resonating through mountain territories. What followed was a scene of cosmic subjugation. The Book of Giants portrays four archangels, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, descending with chains forged in divine flame. These weren't physical constraints, but bindings of will and essence, limitations that would retain rebellious spirits for millennia. Each archangel possessed particular obligations in this confinement. Michael, most powerful of heaven's warriors, subdued the Watchers who opposed. His flaming sword severed their final connections to celestial authority, rendering them powerless. Gabriel organized the location of confinement, an enormous chasm deep beneath desert sands, distant from human habitation. Raphael confined their physical shapes, eliminating their capability to transform shape or escape earthly limitations. Uriel sealed their prison with indicators no authority could shatter. The Watchers were conducted in procession to their underground prison. Those who had instructed astronomy could no longer observe the stars. Those who had disclosed the mysteries of roots and plants were concealed far from growing vegetation. Those who had communicated understanding of metals and gems were confined where no illumination would penetrate them. Their consequence mirrored their offenses with flawless, dreadful symmetry. Most catastrophic was their isolation from the offspring they had fathered. The Book of Giants proposes that despite their rebellion, numerous Watchers had cultivated genuine affection for their giant children. Now they could only listen powerlessly as the sounds of judgment commenced above, storms assembling, waters ascending, their offspring calling out in increasing horror. The manuscript portrays Shemhazai's final moments before confinement. Standing at the boundary of the chasm, gazing back at the world he had tainted, he observes distant mountains where his giant sons still wander freely, unaware their fathers can no longer assist them. He glimpses human cities where his instructions persist in disseminating disorder. Then obscurity encloses around him as he's thrust into confinement beneath the realm. Even in chains, the Watchers preserved consciousness. This was component of their consequence, to persist aware through lengthy eras, reflecting upon their rebellion and its ramifications. They would sense the death of each giant offspring as waters ascended above the tallest mountains. They would perceive the gradual vanishing of their influence from human recollection. They would encounter time's progression with agonizing clarity, tallying years, centuries, millennia in obscurity. Nevertheless, their influence didn't entirely disappear. The Book of Giants suggests that something of the Watchers persisted in the world. Resonances of their instructions maintained in ancient manuscripts, murmurs of their designations in prohibited rituals, recollections of their understanding encoded in symbols and myths. Though physically confined, tendrils of their rebellion persisted in touching human matters through the understanding they had released. Most notably, their confinement didn't resolve the difficulty of their offspring. The giants persisted above, developing progressively frantic as they perceived divine fury assembling like storm clouds. Without their father's direction, they turned to their visions for responses, and to the one human who might decipher those visions, Enoch, the walking prophet who had conveyed heaven's verdict to their fathers. The corresponding destinies of Watchers and giants constitute the emotional essence of this ancient manuscript. Below, immortal creatures who selected mortality confront eternal confinement. Above, their offspring born from cosmic violation confront annihilation. Both groups extend for deliverance that persists just beyond grasp. Both turn to Enoch, who stands between realms, but can present only truth, not escape. This isolation of fathers and offspring contributes tragic profundity to an already grave chronicle. The Watchers, confined in obscurity, can perceive their offspring's increasing alarm, but can present no comfort. The giants, confronting annihilation above, call out for fathers who cannot respond. Divine justice divides what unholy partnership had joined, guaranteeing that rebellion's ramifications unfold in agonizing isolation. The image of the chained Watchers would resonate through subsequent religious customs. Early Christian manuscripts would reference angels retained in obscurity with eternal chains. Medieval demonology would elaborate on fallen angels confined beneath the earth. The Book of Giants provides us perhaps the earliest comprehensive record of this motif. Divine creatures confined not by physical limitations, but by divine proclamation, their consequence flawlessly calibrated to their violation. As the Watchers languished beneath the earth, the conditions were established for the final sequence of this cosmic spectacle. Their giant offspring, relinquished and progressively frantic, would pursue their own responses from the one human who still traversed between realms. Their increasing horror, captured in visions and dreams, would disclose how even the most powerful descend before divine judgment when creation itself requires purification. The dreams of Mahawai. Among the giants roaming the pre-flood world, one character surfaces with unusual clarity from the fragmentary manuscript: Mahawai, son of the Watcher Barakel. Unlike his brothers who indulged in physical strength, Mahawai held talents of a different variety: the capability to soar enormous distances on powerful wings and to recall his visions with flawless clarity. These abilities would render him the central character in one of the Book of Giants' most captivating episodes. As judgment drew near, the giants commenced encountering disturbing visions. Dreams of annihilation visited their slumber, magnificent gardens deteriorating, powerful trees being extracted, endless waters covering mountain summits. These visions left them shaken, their customary confidence substituted by creeping terror. Though masters of the physical realm, they discovered themselves powerless before these nocturnal visions that appeared to disclose approaching fate. Two giants in particular, Oya and Hahya, sons of Shemhazai, encountered visions so vivid they couldn't dismiss them as mere illusion. Oya dreamed of a magnificent tablet with inscription he couldn't decipher, descending from heaven like a stone of judgment. Hahya observed a splendid garden, with thousands of trees being extracted and annihilated by angels possessing flaming swords. Both awakened in horror, perceiving these weren't typical visions, but glimpses of approaching reality. The giants assembled in assembly to deliberate these portents. Certain ones dismissed them as meaningless phantoms. Additional ones proposed fighting more intensely against humans, believing their nightmares originated from guilty awareness. A handful suggested enormous offerings to placate whatever authorities might be transmitting these visions. But Mahawai presented a different resolution: pursue interpretation from the one human who genuinely comprehended divine matters, Enoch, who walked with God. This suggestion wasn't accepted readily. Numerous giants considered consulting a human beneath their status. Additional ones feared what Enoch might disclose. Certain ones argued they should capture him instead, compelling him to utilize his understanding for their advantage. But Mahawai insisted on a respectful method, perceiving that only truth, however agonizing, could assist them now. The assembly eventually concurred, but a novel difficulty surfaced. Enoch resided far away, having retreated from tainted territories to a location where creation still mirrored its original innocence. The expedition would traverse enormous territories, some antagonistic to giants. Who would undertake this perilous pilgrimage? After intense deliberation, Mahawai himself volunteered. With his capability to soar, he alone might cover the distance rapidly enough. The Book of Giants portrays his departure in vivid terminology. He extends colossal wings, whether physical or metaphorical persists ambiguous, and launches skyward from a mountain summit. Below him unfolds the tainted world, cities where humans revere fallen angels, woodlands devastated by giant cravings, battlefields where unnatural creatures fight for territory. He soars for days, traversing oceans and mountain territories, following indicators that direct to Enoch's residence. The manuscript depicts this expedition as both physical and spiritual. Mahawai journeys not merely across geography, but across dimensions of being. With each distance he covers, he navigates further from the tainted world of his origin and nearer to spaces where divine sequence still prevails. The atmosphere develops clearer, illumination more pristine, natural balance more apparent. When he finally identifies Enoch's residence, a simple edifice on a mountain overlooking paradise-like valleys, he recognizes it as a location untouched by his father's rebellion. Their encounter constitutes one of the manuscript's most remarkable scenes. Mahawai, a creature of colossal dimensions and supernatural origin, stands before Enoch, a human of typical appearance but exceptional spirit. The giant must lower down to address the man, yet somehow emerges reduced in this encounter. Physical stature signifies nothing in the existence of genuine spiritual power. Mahawai conveys his communication respectfully, characterizing the visions disturbing his brothers and himself. He references his own recurring nightmare, a magnificent tablet floating on endless waters, all terrain vanished beneath deluge, his own designation appearing and then disappearing from its surface. His customary confidence surrenders to vulnerable questioning. What do these visions signify? Can they be prevented? Is there hope for creatures like himself, born of prohibited partnership? Enoch listens without interruption, his face demonstrating neither trepidation of the giant nor satisfaction at his distress. When Mahawai finishes communicating, Enoch validates what the giants have already suspected. Their visions disclose approaching judgment. The world will genuinely be purified by water. All flesh tainted by Watcher influence will perish. There is no escape for creatures whose very being transgresses divine sequence. The giant obtains this news with surprising composure. Unlike his brothers who might have responded with fury or menaces, Mahawai accepts Enoch's declarations as truth. He inquires not for methods to escape, but for comprehension. Why must it transpire this way? What cosmic ordinance have they transgressed merely by existing? The manuscript presents him as a tragic character, fated not through personal wickedness, but through the circumstances of his origin. Enoch clarifies that creation follows configurations established from the commencement. The blending of heavenly and earthly essences generated creatures who belong completely to neither dimension. Such blending destabilizes the cosmic sequence itself. The deluge arrives not as consequence alone, but as necessary restoration of boundaries fundamental to creation's continued being. Water will purify what has been defiled, permitting earth to commence anew. Before departing, Mahawai inquires one final question. Will any recollection of the giants persist after waters withdraw? Or will they be erased entirely, as if they never existed? Enoch's response presents cold comfort. Their physical shapes will perish, and their bones will rest concealed in earth. But narratives of their era will endure as cautions for future generations. They will transform into symbols of boundaries traversed and divine patience depleted. The return expedition unfolds differently than the outward one. Mahawai soars, not with eager intention, but with heavy heart. The landscape below emerges not as conquered domain, but as temporary territory, soon to be reclaimed by water. He observes at woodlands, mountains, and flatlands with novel consciousness of their transience. Even his powerful wings transporting him homeward will soon fail against ascending deluges. When he arrives at the giant's assembling location, his brothers encounter him with eager inquiries. Has he located Enoch? What did the human prophet communicate? Is there hope? Can the vision's significance be modified? Mahawai relates everything without softening the communication. Their destiny is secured. The waters are approaching. No mountain will stand elevated enough. No power demonstrates adequate against this purification. Certain giants respond with fury, threatening to annihilate what persists of human communities in their final days. Additional ones descend into despair, already observing themselves drowning in visions that now visit them while conscious. A handful, including Mahawai himself, accomplish a kind of grave acceptance. They commence reflecting on what it signifies to confront termination. These creatures who had believed themselves nearly immortal, now confronting their own elimination. In the final portions characterizing Mahawai, we observe him standing alone on a mountaintop, observing storm clouds assemble on the horizon. Unlike his brothers who rage below, he has accomplished a measure of comprehension. His dual character, partially celestial through his father, partially earthly through creation itself, permits him to glimpse both viewpoints. He observes both the necessity of purification and the tragedy of his own termination. The visions that disturbed Mahawai's slumber have transformed into waking reality. The tablet floating on endless water now materializes as actual deluge approaching from all horizons. His designation, which emerged and vanished in visions, will genuinely be erased from the book of living creatures. Nevertheless, something in his questioning, his expedition to truth rather than denial, provides his chronicle a composure absent from records of his brothers. Through Mahawai's visions and expedition, the Book of Giants accomplishes something exceptional, inviting readers to empathize with creatures traditionally depicted as monstrous antagonists. We glimpse the tragedy of entities born through no selection of their own into cosmic transgression, who dream of annihilation because annihilation is their inescapable destiny. In Mahawai's flight to Enoch and return with unwelcome truth, we observe courage and integrity from an unexpected origin. Names of the Titans. The Book of Giants accomplishes something exceptional for an ancient manuscript. It assigns individual designations and personalities to creatures characteristically depicted as an anonymous, threatening collective. These aren't merely the giants as a group, but distinctive individuals with their own characteristics, connections, and destinies. Through fragmentary sections, we glimpse a society as intricate as any human civilization, though distorted by its unnatural beginnings. Most distinguished among them are Oya and Hahya, sons of the Watcher commander Shemhazai. Their designations might originate from the O and R of exclamation, indicating their birth provoked awe and horror. As firstborn sons of the Watcher's chief, they experienced special position among their species. The manuscript depicts them as inseparable brothers, yet contrasting in disposition: Oya, impulsive and combative; Hahya, reflective and prone to brooding. Both brothers encountered prophetic visions as judgment drew near. Oya observed a magnificent tablet immersed in water, designations being eliminated one by one, including his own. Hahya dreamed of a garden with innumerable trees being extracted by cosmic gardeners, leaving nothing but vacancy. These corresponding visions horrified creatures, accustomed to inspiring terror rather than experiencing it themselves. Then arrives Mahawai, son of the Watcher Barakel, whose expedition to Enoch constitutes the chronicle's emotional essence. His designation proposes, who is he? An suitable question for a creature caught between identities. Unlike his more physically imposing brothers, Mahawai held the talent of flight and unusual sensitivity to visions and portents. The manuscript depicts him as something like a shaman among giants, more attuned to spiritual realities than his species characteristically were. Perhaps most astonishing is the manifestation of Gilgamesh in this Jewish manuscript. The famous hero of Mesopotamian epic penetrates the Book of Giants as one of the Nephilim himself, a peculiar cultural crossover demonstrating how ancient storytellers appropriated openly across traditional divisions. His incorporation proposes that early Jewish audiences would have identified this designation from surrounding cultures, comprehending the reference without clarification. In the portions we hold, Gilgamesh emerges as a giant of particular strength and power. His vision features a powerful tree expanding at the world's center, sheltering all living entities beneath its branches. He observes in revulsion as divine creatures take axes to this tree, cutting it down despite the creatures depending on its protection. The imagery clearly corresponds the approaching annihilation of the world that nurtured giant existence. Additional designations flicker through the deteriorated manuscript. Aram, whose designation signifies my brother is exalted and who dominated territories in what would subsequently be designated Lebanon, Hobabish, characterized as having flesh like the pigmentation of certain stones and holding unusual power even among giants. Asael, whose designation connects to fertility and who supposedly fathered more offspring than any other giant, and Nikolai, characterized as cultivating unusual plants and generating unusual hybrid entities. Female giants obtain less focus, mirroring the patriarchal viewpoint of ancient manuscripts. Nevertheless, we capture glimpses of characters like Badenoch, whose designation signifies daughter of humanity despite her blended parentage, and who functioned as something like a priestess among her species. The manuscript suggests intricate connections between male and female giants, with indications of both turmoil and collaboration within their society. These designated individuals signified merely the elite among giant society. The Book of Giants indicates an intricate hierarchy existed among these creatures. First-generation giants, direct offspring of watchers, and human women stood tallest and commanded greatest power. Each subsequent generation decreased somewhat in stature and authority, generating a stratified society where lineage determined position. By the time multiple centuries had transpired since the Watcher's descent, giants of various dimensions populated different territories, with the greatest preserving dominion over lesser kin. Their society mirrored human kingdoms, but with fundamental differences. Giant sovereigns constructed colossal edifices, requiring their enormous power, palaces with doorways 30 feet elevated, thrones carved from mountain summits, roads wide enough for their colossal stride. They cultivated writing systems to document their chronicles and accomplishments, generated distinctive artwork featuring their exploits, and founded customs to preserve their supremacy over territories. Most troubling was their connection with humans existing under their dominion. Certain giants preserved humans as captives or servants, while additional ones retained them as livestock for consumption. In territories where giants retained authority, humans existed in perpetual horror, concealing in caverns and isolated locations to prevent notice. A handful of human settlements preserved uneasy alliances with their giant neighbors, presenting tribute in exchange for protection against other giant clans. The Book of Giants proposes these creatures weren't merely physical anomalies, but held supernatural capabilities inherited from their celestial fathers. Oya could summon lightning during combat. Hahya held uncanny ability with vegetation and healing disciplines. Gilgamesh possessed power beyond even his colossal dimensions. Mahawai could journey through visions as well as physically. These authorities rendered them godlike in human perception, directing to worship observances that further offended divine sequence. As their fate drew near, these distinctive personalities responded differently. Certain ones, like Oya, advocated fighting against the approaching judgment, believing their unified strength could oppose even divine fury. Additional ones, like Hahya, descended into depression and fatalism, observing the inevitability of their termination. Gilgamesh suggested constructing edifices elevated enough to endure ascending waters. Mahawai urged acceptance of their destiny as cosmic necessity rather than simple consequence. Their individualized responses humanize creatures characteristically depicted as monstrous antagonists. Through their perception, we glimpse the tragedy of entities born through no selection of their own into transgression of cosmic ordinance. Though their annihilation demonstrates necessary for world restoration, we're invited to observe them not as faceless wickedness, but as distinctive personalities confronting their own elimination with varying degrees of composure, fury, and sorrow. Perhaps most touching is how the manuscript proposes these giants recognize themselves to be incorrect, not merely morally, but ontologically. Their visions disclose subconscious consciousness that their very being transgressed creation's appropriate sequence. Despite their physical strength and territorial supremacy, something within identified they couldn't endure. Like invasive species in a fragile ecosystem, they perceived the inevitable correction approaching to restore equilibrium they had disrupted. The designation of these creatures functions a deeper intention than mere storytelling particulars. By assigning giants individual identities, the Book of Giants undermines the comfortable distance characteristically preserved between terrors and readers. These aren't anonymous menaces readily dismissed, but creatures with visions, connections, and viewpoints of their own. Their necessary annihilation transforms into tragedy rather than simple justice, a cosmic correction with genuine casualties. This intricacy elevates the Book of Giants above simple morality accounts. While affirming divine judgment's necessity, it acknowledges the anguish involved when created creatures, even incorrectly created ones, confront elimination. It reminds readers that cosmic sequence occasionally requires dreadful sacrifices, that restoration can involve annihilation, and that entities caught in larger configurations may endure regardless of personal culpability or innocence. In designating the giants, this ancient manuscript accomplishes something surprisingly contemporary. It complicates a chronicle characteristically recounted in black and white. The division between monstrous and human obscures. Readers discover themselves empathizing with creatures custom depicts as adversaries. Divine judgment persists necessary, but we're demonstrated its cost in individualized endurance. Through designations and personal particulars, the Book of Giants metamorphoses stock villains into intricate characters, caught in a cosmic tragedy beyond their control or comprehension. Mahawai's expedition to the ends of the earth. In the twilight of the pre-flood world, with shadows of fate assembling on the horizon, the giants turned to one of their own for deliverance. Mahawai, recognized for his swiftness and bravery, was selected for an exceptional assignment. Unlike his kin who terrorized the earth, Mahawai held a spark of wisdom that distinguished him. The fragmentary manuscripts inform us he could soar, ascending on wings not fashioned by human hands, a talent perhaps inherited from his celestial fathers. The expedition before him was like none other. Mahawai would need to traverse the boundaries that isolate our realm from the concealed dimensions where Enoch resided. The ancient scribe had been claimed by God, walking with the divine, and no longer confined to earth. To penetrate him, Mahawai would need to journey beyond the mountains of obscurity, past the pillars of heaven, to the location where sky encounters eternity. The manuscript portrays how Mahawai extended his wings under the morning heavens. The atmosphere trembled as he ascended, his colossal shape projecting a shadow like a moving mountain below. For days he soared, traversing enormous oceans where no vessels had sailed, over woodlands untouched by the axes of mankind. The expedition tested even his supernatural endurance. Winds born from the breath of angels buffeted his course. Rain that had not yet descended on human territories soaked his wings. As night descended on his second day of flight, Mahawai encountered the boundaries of the realm. Here, the ancient scribes inform us, the very structure of creation commences to thin. Stars hung nearer to the earth. The moon appeared close enough to contact. Beyond existed the paradise where Enoch had been claimed, a garden of perpetual spring where death and deterioration had never penetrated. Mahawai traversed rivers of illumination that flowed upward to the heavens. He passed guardian creatures with eyes of flame who challenged his entitlement to advance. The manuscript references riddles he resolved, of designations of authority he articulated that established celestial gates. With each barrier traversed, Mahawai sensed himself transforming, developing smaller in the existence of greater and greater holiness. At last, after what appeared like an era, Mahawai penetrated the boundary of paradise. The atmosphere here was sweet, with fragrances unknown to earth. Illumination surfaced not from sun or moon, but from the very structure of creation itself. And there, tending a garden of impossible flowers, stood Enoch, the man who walked with God. Not a giant or angel or demon ventured to approach this location uninvited. Nevertheless, Mahawai, driven by the desperation of his fated race, assembled his bravery and descended. The earth did not fracture beneath his feet here as it did in the territories of mankind. Instead, he discovered himself light as thought, standing before the ancient scribe, who gazed upon him not with trepidation, but with gentle compassion. Their encounter represented a moment when two realms contacted, the dimension of the condemned and the sanctuary of the delivered. Mahawai, son of fallen angels, confronted Enoch, beloved of heaven. The giant knelt before the human, a gesture that would have been inconceivable in the world below. With trembling voice, he conveyed the communication from his brethren, a plea for clemency, a request for wisdom, a frantic hope for some method to escape the approaching deluge. This expedition, portrayed in fragmentary manuscripts retrieved from ancient caverns, stands as one of the most haunting episodes in the Book of Giants. It communicates to the liminal character of the Nephilim themselves, neither completely divine nor human, pursuing responses in dimensions where they did not belong. Mahawai's flight signifies their final hope, a frantic extending across cosmic boundaries by creatures who had already violated the sequence of creation by their very being. And as we shall observe, the response Mahawai obtained would bring no comfort to the giants awaiting his return. Giants in alarm. Terror proliferated through the settlements of the giants as visions of annihilation visited them night following night. The portions of the Book of Giants paint a vivid depiction of these powerful creatures reduced to trembling anxiety. Oya dreamt of a luxuriant garden annihilated by flame. Haya observed a stone tablet carrying the designations of the giants, gradually being cleansed by water. Additional ones dreamt of chains confining their limbs, of obscurity consuming the sun, of stars descending like rainfall. With each passing night, their visions developed more vivid, more horrifying. These colossal beings, who had once roamed the earth like gods among mortals, now gathered in clusters, exchanging their terrifying visions in voices barely above whispers. A portion of them rejected what they saw in their dreams, holding fast to the conviction of their eternal nature. Yet others sank into profound hopelessness, forsaking their celebrations and merrymaking for grave meditation on their approaching demise. One exceptionally chilling portion of the ancient writing tells of how Gilgamesh broke down in tears before his fellow giants. This formidable champion who had conquered serpents and climbed impossible heights found himself completely undone by nighttime visions of rising waters that climbed beyond even the loftiest summits. "Not even those among us who stand tallest will escape," he mourned. "Neither will our mightiest hold back the deluge." The terror extended past the giants themselves, reaching their human devotees. Religious followers who had venerated these creatures as deities now witnessed their supposed gods trembling with dread. Temple servants who had performed gruesome ceremonies in their honor received only bewildered silence or fury when they sought answers. The structure these entities had built, though steeped in cruelty and chaos, started falling apart as word of their fear spread. Certain giants responded with brutality, as though they could somehow override the approaching reckoning through raw violence. They assaulted human communities with fresh intensity, erected even more magnificent tributes to themselves, and extracted additional offerings from those who worshipped them. Yet none of this granted them tranquility. Every evening, the prophetic dreams came back, each one more intense than what came before. Still others searched for ways out. They burrowed far into mountainsides, hollowing out enormous underground chambers they imagined might protect them from the impending deluge. They constructed massive boats from timber and tar, rough copies of the vessel Noah was assembling under heaven's direction. However, their attempts carried the stain of their wicked essence, destined for failure from the start. The most frantic among their number resorted to mystical practices, drawing upon the prohibited wisdom their angelic ancestors had carried down from the celestial realm. They performed incantations designed to control atmospheric conditions to prevent rainfall and pacify tempests. They inscribed mystical symbols across cavern surfaces, spoke forbidden names no mortal was supposed to utter, and offered increasingly valuable sacrifices, hoping to secure divine protection. While Mahai traveled in search of Enoch, the alarm among his brethren climbed to unprecedented levels. The ancient fragments recount assemblies of giants throughout valleys and atop peaks, their numbers so vast that the very ground trembled under their weight. They discussed survival tactics, quarreled about what their visions meant, and occasionally turned violent as anxiety transformed into hostility. The mortal women who had given birth to these beings observed with anguish as their sons fought against a destiny they couldn't alter. Some of these mothers, the writings imply, had grown to regret their relationships with the Watchers, now seeing the true monstrous character of their children exposed through terror. In their state of alarm, the giants displayed something unexpected, an ability to feel emotions that went deeper than simple appetite and fury. They exhibited dread, certainly, but also something resembling remorse. In one damaged section, a giant whose identity has been lost to time speaks of loveliness they had obliterated, of purity they had defiled, of a realm they had contributed to ruining. This stands as a rare instance of introspection in these writings, a fleeting glimpse of awareness emerging just before total annihilation. As time went by without any message from Yahweh, the dread only intensified. Giants who had never experienced prayer started crying out toward the heavens, despite fearing no response would arrive. Those who had gloried in their power now recognized its limitations. Those who had ridiculed human weakness now yearned for the chance at clemency being offered to Noah and his household. And the visions persisted, arriving night upon night, showing water climbing above the peaks and shadow consuming everything. Enoch's vision. When Yahweh at last came before Enoch, in that dimension outside ordinary reality, the venerable prophet's gaze contained neither loathing nor alarm. Rather, they conveyed something the giant had never before witnessed. Heavenly mercy intertwined with inflexible reality. Enoch, formerly a mortal of bone and sinew, now existed in fellowship with timeless forces. His being emanated illumination that forced Maha to cover his face. Enoch remained quiet as the giant conveyed his appeal, begging for some method to evade the approaching condemnation. After Mahai concluded his words, complete stillness descended upon the paradise. Songbirds went silent. Foliage ceased its soft movement. Even paradise's flowing waters became motionless, as though all creation paused to await Enoch's answer. "I have witnessed what approaches," Enoch at last declared, his tone soft, yet bearing the authority of divine foresight. "The celestial realm has revealed to me the purification of this world. I have observed the chaining of your ancestors in bonds of shadow. I have seen your race's termination inscribed among the constellations." The ancient prophet then shut his eyes, and as he did so, images manifested in the space surrounding them. These pictures emerged neither from brightness nor dimness, but from absolute truth, rendered perceptible. Mahe observed the skies parting and floods descending like drapes of divine retribution. He witnessed his brothers calling out as peaks vanished under surging waves. He saw the watchers, fettered and powerless, observing the annihilation of their descendants. 300 years, Enoch went on, your ancestors have mourned for you. They have petitioned for leniency, yet their appeals echo in chambers beyond hearing. They selected their direction when they deserted their celestial stations. They determined your end when they wed mortal women and imparted forbidden instruction. The images transformed to reveal the realm before its corruption. Lush gardens, tranquil animals, humanity dwelling in accord with soil and sky. Then arrived the Watcher's descent, introducing knowledge that seared like flames, appetites that devoured like starvation, authority that pulverized like rock. Observe what existed and what remains now, Enoch stated, indicating the visions. Observe what might have flourished and what your race has created in its place. The planet strains under your mass. Innocent blood calls out from the earth. Even wild creatures escape from your presence. Mahe collapsed onto his knees, overwhelmed by the reality displayed in Enoch's revelation. He perceived how the giants manifested from heaven's vantage point, not as magnificent champions, but as hideous perversions of creation's balance. He understood, perhaps for the very first time, the horror his kind had inflicted upon the world. "Is there truly no possibility?" Mahai questioned, his words now a mere breath. Enoch's expression grew marginally gentler. "The deluge will arrive," he responded. "This truth cannot be altered. Yet a reality exists beyond this reckoning that even I can scarcely perceive. Compassion runs more profound than retribution. Divine affection extends farther than regulation. What this signifies for your kind, I cannot determine. But nothing that has being is ever completely lost to the one who fashioned all existence." These statements, mysterious as they remained, would subsequently be interpreted by certain scholars to indicate the conversion of giant souls after physical death, their persistence as beings of a different nature. But for Maha, they provided minimal consolation when facing instant obliteration. Enoch then rested his palms upon stone slabs that materialized in front of him. Characters of flame carved themselves into the rock, a communication for the giants, an ultimate declaration of their destiny, phrases containing both condemnation and veracity. He passed these slabs to Maha. "Go back to your brothers," Enoch directed. "Deliver these words to them. They cannot alter what approaches, yet perhaps through comprehension they might discover something resembling tranquility." As Mahe readied himself to leave, Enoch provided one last revelation. The deluge arrives not through animosity, but through affection. Devotion for creation as a whole, which requires cleansing to continue existing. Hold this truth when the waters climb. With these words reverberating in his thoughts, Maha left paradise. The stone slabs weighed heavily in his grasp. The weight of understanding pressed even more heavily upon his spirit. The War of the Giants. Mahawi's arrival, bearing Enoch's tablets, signaled the commencement of the conclusion for the giants. As he spoke the words of condemnation to his gathered brothers, the response wasn't collective agreement, but explosive fragmentation. The Book of Giants chronicles how the previously unified offspring of the Watchers splintered into separate camps, each reacting distinctly to knowledge of their unavoidable destruction. Certain giants, headed by Oya, advocated for penitence. Although the tablets presented no route to deliverance, this faction trusted that confronting their termination with honor might secure them some clemency in whatever existence followed death. They abandoned their hunting of humans, retreated to remote locations, and devoted their remaining time to serious reflection. Different giants, with Gilgamesh numbered among their chiefs, declined to embrace destiny without resistance. They put forward a frantic scheme to construct a barrier tall enough to climb above the approaching floodwaters. The fragments chronicle their attempts to stack peak upon peak, tearing up whole forests for building materials, forcing their human captives to labor until they collapsed lifeless from complete exhaustion. However, the most substantial group, headed by the savage Haya, selected an alternative course, one characterized by rebellion expressed through destruction. "If our end is certain," Haya proclaimed, "we shall ensure nothing survives for those who follow." This faction launched a crusade of devastation, surpassing even their earlier horrific acts. They contaminated water sources, set fields ablaze, killed not only humans, but every breathing creature they came across. What started as ideological disagreement rapidly grew into armed confrontation. Giants who had previously stood together in combat now directed their superhuman capabilities against one another. The writings chronicle clashes that transformed valleys into flatlands, that depleted rivers with spilled blood, that brought down mountains through the intensity of their strikes. One especially graphic section recounts Ohia facing Haha, sibling against sibling. "Will you render our final moments evidence of our wickedness?" Ohia questioned. "We emerged from both celestial and earthly sources. Cannot our deaths carry both nobility and sorrow?" Haha's answer arrived not through language, but through aggression. The struggle between these brothers continued 7 full days and nights. Every strike possessed sufficient force to fracture the ground. Their battle carved a ravine that filled with liquid, creating a body of water that would eventually bear the name of their bloodshed. As the giants warred internally, the handful of humans who had stayed beyond their control observed from concealment. The writing includes a touching moment where an elderly woman observing the battle from a mountainside shelter tells her descendants, "Even those we call monsters feared their end." Even the powerful shake before divine reckoning. The conflict expanded past physical violence. Giants, who had received supernatural wisdom from their ancestors, now released these abilities against their own kin. Enchantments that manipulated weather transformed into armaments. Ceremonies intended to summon spirits now called forth devastating energies. The very practices that had polluted humanity became instruments in the giants' internal war. Amid this turmoil, a smaller faction gathered around Maha. These giants, affected by their messenger's account of Enoch's kindness, pursued an intermediate approach. They neither participated in ultimate devastation nor pretended they could avoid judgment. Rather, they collected the understanding their ancestors had transported from the heavens and labored to safeguard it, trusting that some element of their existence ought to persist, even if their physical forms did not. The warfare among the giants exhausted all of them. Creatures who could have mounted a collective resistance against the approaching deluge instead drained themselves through internal strife. The writing implies this domestic conflict was itself portion of the heavenly design, that the giants, had they stayed unified, could have discovered some means to endure, or minimally to inflict even greater devastation before the conclusion. As time advanced and indicators of the approaching catastrophe increased, the combat slowly diminished. Weariness supplanted wrath. The giants gazed upon the harm they had inflicted on each other and recognized, though too late, a feeling of brotherhood in their mutual destiny. Previous adversaries gathered together atop mountains, observing storm formations accumulate across the horizon. Previous comrades separated, each pursuing their individual location to meet the conclusion. In the ultimate days preceding the deluge, the warfare had diminished their population considerably. Numerous bodies lay scattered through valleys and across plains, their gigantic corpses merging into the terrain. Additional giants carried wounds beyond healing, awaiting the waters to take them. The remaining survivors, weakened and separated, no longer represented the danger to creation they had previously embodied. And thus, without comprehending it, the giants had contributed to their personal annihilation. Their warfare had achieved what their ancestors' insurrection could not. It had delivered them to the edge of modesty. As the initial droplets started descending, the surviving giants gazed upward at the dimming atmosphere with something fresh in their vision. Not simply dread, but comprehension. Hybrid mythologies. The Book of Giants occupies an extraordinary junction of ancient narrative. Its passages blend strands from Hebrew tradition, Babylonian folklore, and subsequent Manichaean doctrine, constructing a fabric where recognizable personalities emerge in unexpected settings. Perhaps most remarkable is the inclusion of Gilgamesh, the famed Sumerian monarch, reconceived as among the powerful Nephilim. The ancient narrators who created these writings existed in a realm where divisions between cultural heritages were more permeable than we typically envision. They drew liberally from surrounding mythologies, discovering reflections of their personal convictions in external legends. Within their perspective, these weren't disconnected narratives, but varying perspectives of identical concealed reality. Gilgamesh joins the account not as the champion pursuing eternal life from earlier epics, but as a giant confronting unavoidable annihilation. His earlier searches for unending existence acquire fresh significance when positioned against the framework of the approaching deluge. The Babylonian flood champion Utnapishtim, who in the classical epic bestows upon Gilgamesh understanding regarding mortality, gets replaced by Enoch, who provides not guidance for continuation but verification of extinction. This fusion of customs discloses something significant about ancient comprehension. These authors didn't perceive themselves as fabricating stories, but as revealing historical truth. If their surrounding peoples recounted stories of powerful entities before a massive flood, undoubtedly these must represent the identical giants referenced in their personal holy writings. The variations were simply questions of viewpoint, designations altered through interpretation, particulars misplaced or introduced across generations of spoken transmission. Hebraic expressions like Nephilim and Watcher emerge beside Mesopotamian designations. Enoch traverses the identical narrative terrain as Gilgamesh. The celestial domain of Hebrew angels intermingles with the universal topography of Sumerian legend. Even the deluge itself bears traces of numerous customs: the scriptural flood dispatched by Yahweh, the Mesopotamian inundation commanded by Enlil, the purifying torrents discovered in legends across the globe. The fragments chronicle how giants carried designations recognized throughout multiple territories. What a single culture identified as Humbaba, another could recognize as Hia. The creature vanquished in one champion's account might represent the forefather honored in another's ancestry. These merged identities indicate ancient recognition that separate populations were recounting identical narratives through distinct cultural perspectives. This mythological fusion communicates something regarding the realm that generated these writings. It constituted a location of cultural interchange, where wanderers transported stories beyond frontiers, where subjugated populations embraced their conquerors' deities while preserving their personal beliefs, where merchants traded not simply commodities, but concepts in crowded markets and traveling caravans. The inclusion of Gilgamesh among the scriptural giants could appear astonishing to contemporary audiences who position these customs in distinct classifications, yet ancient listeners would have discovered it ordinary. Their reality overflowed with links we have subsequently overlooked, patterns acknowledged beyond cultural divisions. They existed nearer to these accounts, perceiving them not as foreign legends, but as reverberations of their personal inherited recollections. Subsequently, when the Book of Giants was incorporated into Manichaean writings, an additional stratum of significance was appended. Mani, the visionary of this binary faith, integrated these giants into his universal perspective of illumination versus obscurity. The Nephilim transformed into representations of the combination of spiritual brightness imprisoned in physical darkness, entities with heavenly components tainted by their corporeal character. In the Manichaean interpretation, the giants' obliteration by liquid symbolized not simply divine condemnation, but the persistent universal conflict between contrary powers. Their spiritual core, liberated from tainted bodies, persisted to fulfill a function in the cosmic narrative. Here, the Book of Giants surpassed its beginnings to become element of a fresh religious structure extending across landmasses. This stratification of mythologies reminds us that ancient writings seldom stand in separation. They emerge from common ground, extensions of earlier accounts reaching fresh listeners. The Book of Giants conserves not simply a single custom, but a dialogue among cultures, an acknowledgement that separate populations might be recalling identical primeval occurrences. The combined character of these narratives doesn't reduce their influence. Rather, it indicates their echo throughout human encounter. When numerous cultures maintain tales of powerful entities annihilated by deluge, we observe not simply common literary patterns, but potentially common recollection, a remote echo of happenings that inscribed their impression on shared awareness. As we examine these fragments, we receive invitation to interpret with ancient perception, to recognize links instead of conflicts, to value how storytellers previously interlaced varied threads into unified fabrics. The inclusion of Gilgamesh among scriptural giants isn't bewilderment, but integration, an acknowledgement that reality might be located at the convergence of customs instead of inside their limits. Tablets from heaven. The stone slabs Mahai transported back from Enoch signified more than simply a communication. They incarnated the principle of heavenly correspondence, rendered physical. Throughout ancient customs, celestial understanding arrived inscribed in rock, conserved for successive generations in a medium that neither conflagration nor inundation could readily obliterate. These slabs from the Book of Giants mirror additional holy stones throughout religious chronicle. From Moses accepting the Ten Commandments to the golden sheets of Mormon heritage. When Mahai positioned these slabs before his companion giants, the fragments inform us they at first declined to gaze upon them. The rocks emanated a force that scorched their vision, an illumination not belonging to this realm. Only following 3 days of abstinence and readiness did they locate the bravery to confront what had been inscribed. The characters themselves were portrayed as searing like flame, yet frigid as frost. Reality so absolute, it inflicted bodily agony to creatures whose being contradicted universal regulation. What precisely did these slabs hold? The remaining fragments presented glimpses instead of comprehensive text. They referenced time calculations exceeding human grasp, revolutions of constellations and epochs of the planet. They catalogued the transgressions of the Watchers, recorded with awful exactness. They identified every giant and portrayed their destiny with such precision that certain individuals who heard their designations spoken collapsed to the earth as though previously submerging. Most crucially, the slabs held a chronicle of existence that contrasted with what the giants recognized. They discovered they weren't the initial powerful creatures to confront heavenly condemnation, neither would they represent the final. They uncovered sequences of formation and obliteration extending backward before mortal recollection. They perceived themselves not as magnificent sovereigns, but as a universal error shortly to be rectified. The slabs additionally portrayed what would arrive afterward. A restored realm where floods would withdraw, where Noah's lineage would propagate throughout purified territories, where fresh civilizations would emerge without the presence of giants casting shadows over them. This image of a future excluding them penetrated more profoundly than any corporeal danger. To understand you will be erased is potentially the most genuine extinction. As the giants examined these slabs, peculiar occurrences transpired surrounding them. The fragments chronicle how earth transformed to powder beneath the rocks, how liquid declined to contact them, how animals escaped from their vicinity. The slabs existed somewhat outside physical regulation. Articles from an alternate dimension temporarily inhabiting this one. Most touchingly, the slabs contained communications from the Watchers to their descendants. These fallen celestial beings, previously confined in shadow, had received permission to transmit concluding words to their condemned progeny. Certain ones requested pardon for the legacy of condemnation they had transferred. Different ones presented what minimal solace they could, discussing existence past corporeal manifestation. A handful preserved their rebellion, promoting their descendants to resist until the conclusion. The principle of slabs as heavenly correspondence instruments emerges throughout cultures for sound purpose. Unlike spoken communications that transform with every recounting, rock conserves precisely what was carved. Unlike prophecies that could be misunderstood, inscribed verdicts permit minimal space for discussion. The slabs, delivered by Maha, signified an unchangeable decision, heaven's concluding statement on the question of the giants. In certain fragments, there exist suggestions that the giants endeavored to fabricate their personal rival slabs, carving substitute chronicles and destinies into rock. These mortal-crafted forgeries disintegrated to powder nearly instantly, incapable of supporting the burden of deception displayed as timeless reality. The difference highlighted the genuineness of Enoch's slabs, which stayed undamaged despite the giants' endeavors to annihilate them. The destiny of these slabs following the deluge stays a puzzle referenced in subsequent customs. Certain individuals propose they were retrieved to heaven before the waters arrived. Different individuals assert they were concealed in a peak that would stay above the floodwaters, conserved for coming ages. Additional individuals trust they were converted into star formations, their communication inscribed in celestial bodies for those possessing vision to perceive. What remains evident from the fragments is that these slabs signified a transformative moment for the giants. Following accepting them, rejection transformed into impossibility. The privilege of disbelief was removed, departing only the exposed reality of their circumstance. Certain individuals responded with intensified brutality, different ones with agreement, yet none could revert to their previous condition of uninformed authority. Through this method, the slabs reflect the purpose of heavenly disclosure throughout religious chronicle. They deliver understanding that converts the recipient, requiring reaction instead of inactive acceptance. The giants who interpreted them transformed into the final of their race to recognize their authentic position in the universal arrangement before waters eliminated their corporeal existence from the planet. Angels in rebellion. The giants' horrific narrative developed on earth, yet its beginnings resided in heaven. The Book of Giants provides enticing views into the insurrection that initiated everything, the descent of the Watchers. These weren't simply celestial beings, but a distinct category of heavenly creatures assigned with monitoring humanity without intervention. Their descent from favor signified not simply defiance, but a basic treachery of their universal function. The fragments identified particular watchers and chronicled their violations with astonishing exactness. Shemihaza, their chieftain, initially recommended the descent to earth, pledging his associates to a dreadful vow that fastened them to their direction. Azazel instructed mortals to fabricate implements of warfare and decorations of pride. Barakel disclosed astrology, while Kokabeel demonstrated the significance of heavenly indicators. Amaros instructed enchantment breaking. Shamsiel the indicators of the solar body, and Sariel the trajectories of the lunar body. Every angelic creature focused in understanding that mortals weren't intended to control. Minimally, not presently. Not through this method. Not without the discernment to employ it appropriately. Their instruction signified not illumination, but untimely disclosure. Universal mysteries unveiled before humanity had cultivated the ethical basis to manage them conscientiously. The writing portrays their insurrection not as a solitary instant, but as a progressive enticement. At first, the Watchers simply monitored mortals more intimately than their authorization permitted. They discovered themselves attracted to mortal women whose attractiveness stirred appetites unfamiliar to heavenly creatures. They started to manifest corporeal shapes. Initially, simply to move among mortals unidentified, subsequently to encounter corporeal feelings previously unknown to them. What renders this account especially moving is that the Watchers' descent arrived not from loathing of heaven, but from captivation with earth. They didn't reject heavenly radiance, but grew mesmerized by an alternate variety of attractiveness. Their transgression wasn't fundamentally arrogance, but unsuitable affection, appetite aimed toward creatures they ought to have safeguarded instead of claimed. In certain fragments, we observe the instant of choice when the Watchers discarded their celestial garments, portrayed as robes of radiance and assumed bodies of tissue. The writing implies this conversion was agonizing, a condensation of heavenly character into physical manifestation. Nevertheless, they discovered the displeasure valuable to withstand for the fresh feelings that expected them on earth. Once incarnated, the Watchers uncovered sentiments previously unfamiliar. Envy, rivalrous appetite, the requirement to captivate, the apprehension of dismissal. These fresh sensations perplexed creatures, familiar with the lucidity of celestial intention. They started rivaling among themselves for mortal recognition, everyone endeavoring to present more remarkable understanding, more appealing manifestations, more persuasive exhibitions of authority. The Book of Giants depicts their insurrection as heartbreaking instead of merely wicked. These were creatures who had occupied divine attendance, who had observed formation develop, who had been charged with monitoring humanity's advancement. Their descent signified not simply individual collapse, but universal catastrophe. Protectors transforming into hunters, caretakers transforming into predators. As the Watchers founded themselves on Earth, they structured into something resembling a dominion. The fragments portrayed their mountainside fortress, a location where heaven and earth appeared to converge, where mortals arrived, pursuing understanding, and where the Watchers' descendants were delivered. This domain existed as a tainted reflection of heavenly arrangement, with Shemihaza as its shadowy sovereign. The writing discusses assemblies where the descended celestial beings congregated to exchange findings regarding physical being, to contrast their mortal spouses, to boast regarding their descendants. These conferences replicated the celestial gatherings they had previously participated in, yet with intention distorted toward earthly authority instead of heavenly accord. Most touchingly, the fragments indicate instances of uncertainty among the Watchers. Certain ones started questioning their selection as they observed the results developing. They perceived their giant descendants devouring materials at impossible rates, terrorizing mortals, distorting the established arrangement. They acknowledged too belatedly that understanding distributed without discernment guides not to advancement, but to taint. By the moment the watchers comprehended their mistake, it had become too belated to alter trajectory. Their descendants wandered the planet, executing perverted interpretations of celestial understanding. The mortals they had attempted to captivate now escaped from them in horror. The realm they had discovered so captivating was experiencing obliteration by their interference. The Book of Giants chronicles how heaven's forbearance ultimately concluded. The archangels Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, and Uriel were sent to address the emergency. Their manifestation on earth signaled the commencement of condemnation, not simply for the giants, but for their insurgent ancestors equally. In a moment of universal importance, the Watchers were fastened in bonds of shadow, restricted to a dimension between realms until ultimate reckoning. They could perceive the earth, yet no longer contact it. They could observe the results of their deeds develop, yet accomplish nothing to interfere. Most painfully, they could observe the nearing destruction of their descendants without providing any assistance. This confinement signified the supreme contradiction for creatures whose actual designation, Watchers, established their initial function. They were presently compelled to observe as their insurrection's results developed to their heartbreaking finale. From their confinement, they transmitted visions to their giant descendants, attempting to alert them of approaching condemnation. Yet similarly as mortals had abused the Watchers' understanding, the giants misread their ancestors' vision alerts until Mahaway's expedition delivered comprehension too belatedly for deliverance. Forbidden knowledge. At the center of the Book of Giants resides a significant reflection on understanding, its authority, its perils, and the inquiry of what mortals were intended to recognize. The writing records with extraordinary particularity the practices and disciplines the Watchers disclosed to humanity before the deluge. These weren't elementary abilities, but revolutionary innovations that basically modified the mortal association with the physical realm. The fragments chronicle how Azazel instructed mortals to extract minerals from the planet's interior, to manufacture implements of warfare, and to fashion ornaments that provoked pride. Prior to his instruction, mortals had existed with what the territory furnished. Subsequently, they commenced to remove materials with escalating appetite, to decorate themselves with Earth's riches, to injure one another with progressively advanced instruments of brutality. Shemihaza disclosed the characteristics of vegetation and roots, not simply for restoration, but for modifying awareness, for producing visions, for linking with dimensions past ordinary awareness. Understanding intended to deliver fellowship with creation, rather fabricated reliance and flight from actuality. The fragments recount how Barakel revealed the trajectories of constellations, instructing mortals to interpret significance in heavenly configurations. This celestial observation rapidly transformed into divination, not simply charting the firmament, but trusting they governed mortal fortune. Populations who had previously perceived constellations as attractive illuminations presently regarded them as governing energies, transferring accountability for their deeds to remote celestial entities. Kokabeel demonstrated mortals how to construe indications in physical occurrences. Avian trajectories. Creature conducts atmospheric configurations. What commenced as useful meteorological forecasting transformed into superstitious belief. Populations who had existed in accord with creation's cadences presently dreaded them, perceiving dangers and alerts in every physical happening. Amoros instructed enchantment dissolution, yet through accomplishing so disclosed the principle of enchantments as a whole. Defensive understanding transformed into hostile mysticism. Mortals acquired to invoke curses equally as benedictions, to restrict equally as liberate. The fragments portray societies fractured by allegations of wicked enchantment, by apprehension of imperceptible assaults, by perpetual spiritual combat. Most hazardous was the understanding of inscription as a whole. The Watchers instructed mortals to document and conserve data throughout successive generations. This endowment, potentially more than any alternative, converted mortal encounter. No extended reliant on recollection and spoken heritage, understanding could gather past what any solitary intellect could contain. Discernment that could have been acquired through immediate encounter could presently be obtained through examination, yet without the moderation that encounter delivers. What renders the Book of Giants so intellectually stimulating is its implication that civilization as a whole, with its innovations, practices, and disciplines, commenced as a variety of universal violation. The understanding mortals weren't intended to control presently wasn't wicked in as a whole, yet untimely, resembling providing a juvenile, a mechanical instrument, before they comprehend its perils. The Watchers bestowed capabilities without the discernment to employ them appropriately. The fragments hold an especially affecting section where an unidentified Watcher contemplates on what he has accomplished. We have bestowed them conflagration before they acquired not to scorch themselves. We have bestowed them mineral before they acquired not to manufacture restraints. We have bestowed them constellations before they acquired not to stray from their trajectory. This viewpoint invites us to contemplate whether understanding without ethical advancement guides unavoidably to obliteration. The antediluvian realm depicted in these writings accomplished innovative refinement yet ethical insolvency. They could construct magnificent municipalities yet not preserve fairness inside them. They could forecast heavenly occurrences yet not regulate their personal most harmful impulses. The Watcher's understanding hastened mortal advancement, yet abbreviated mortal discernment. It fabricated authority without limitation, capability without awareness. The deluge arrived not simply to discipline wickedness, yet to restore this disparity, to bestow humanity a renewed commencement, where ethical and spiritual expansion could precede innovative progression. In certain fragments, Noah is depicted as conserving not simply creature varieties, yet designated understanding equally. The writing implies he was directed to preserve what mortals were prepared for, while permitting the most hazardous mysteries to be eliminated. This selective conservation permitted post-deluge civilization to advance in a more equilibrated method, with innovative progression synchronized to ethical capability. The Book of Giants consequently displays a sophisticated perspective of understanding as a whole, neither fundamentally beneficial nor wicked, yet influential, necessitating appropriate setting and development. This theme reverberates through subsequent religious heritages, from the Tree of Understanding in Eden to Prometheus, appropriating conflagration from the deities. It mirrors a collective mortal apprehension regarding whether our capabilities have surpassed our discernment. Potentially most remarkable is the writing's implication that particular understanding was perpetually intended for mortals, ultimately, simply not all, simultaneously, not without readiness, not without heavenly direction. The Watcher's transgression wasn't distributing heavenly mysteries, yet abbreviating humanity's developmental chronology, fabricating authority without matching accountability. Through this illumination, the deluge manifests not simply as discipline, yet as safeguarding, a universal restoration, permitting humanity to redevelop at a more maintainable rhythm. The giants, results of untimely understanding and unsuitable combination, signified what transpires when physical limits are traversed too rapidly. Their obliteration eliminated the obstruction for mortal advancement to advance along its intended trajectory. Women of Earth. Frequently disregarded in examinations of the Book of Giants are the mortal women who delivered the Nephilim. These unidentified mothers occupy the convergence of mortal and heavenly, their bodies, the containers through which universal limits were violated. The fragments present tantalizingly limited views of these women. Nevertheless, their attendance elevates significant inquiries regarding agreement, appetite, and the feminine encounter of this supernatural narrative. The writings chronicle how the Watchers initially observed mortal women while monitoring from their celestial stations. They were captivated by their attractiveness, a principle potentially distinct from celestial magnificence. Terrestrial, animated, and mysteriously attractive to creatures who possessed only heavenly excellence. What commenced as captivation expanded into appetite, and appetite ultimately surpassed their heavenly authorization. The fragments discuss women selected by the Watchers, chosen for their attractiveness, their vigor, or certain quality perceptible only to angelic perception. Certain heritages imply these women were complemented by heavenly recognition, voluntarily embracing these influential creatures as companions. Different ones suggest compulsion, at creatures of overwhelming authority, claiming what they appetited from mortals incapable to decline. The actuality presumably encompasses both accounts. Certain women raised by their selection, different ones victimized by it. What must it have resembled to deliver a descendant of combined ancestry? The writings chronicle pregnancies of exceptional duration and hardship with mothers, expanding progressively feeble as their undelivered descendants extracted supernatural vigor from their bodies. Numerous perished in delivery, their structures incapable to birth creatures previously more substantial than mortal infants. Those who persisted confronted the responsibility of nurturing descendants who rapidly surpassed any possibility of maternal regulation. An especially affecting fragment portrays a woman who observes her giant descendant from concealment, incapable to approach him as he tears vegetation from the earth and consumes complete livestock groups. "My body fabricated this," she murmurs to herself. "Nevertheless, I no extent acknowledge anything of myself inside him." This touching separation, to fabricate existence that transforms into unidentifiable, seizes the catastrophe of these mothers. Certain women establish societies surrounding their common encounter. The fragments reference mountaintop assemblies where mothers of giants transferred understanding, aided one another through challenging deliveries, and combined materials to nourish their perpetually ravenous descendants. These women cultivated herbalism and assistance past what alternative mortals recognized. Requirement stimulating innovation as they managed with their exceptional maternal weights. Not all the women stayed devoted to their heavenly companions. Certain ones escaped when they comprehended what they had invited into their existences. Different ones established defensive circles surrounding exclusively mortal societies, employing their understanding of the Watchers' vulnerabilities to found protected sanctuaries. A handful transformed into mediators between the giants and horrified mortal populations, discussing provisions that could spare communities from obliteration. The Book of Giants implies certain women acquired exceptional endurance through their connection with the Watchers, existing to perceive numerous generations of ordinary mortals elapse while their giant descendants still wandered the planet as youthful adults. This prolonged lifespan transformed into both benediction and malediction. Additional duration to exist, yet additional duration to observe the expanding taint of the realm their descendants assisted to fabricate. Potentially most devastating are fragments portraying mothers who acknowledged the wickedness of their descendants, nevertheless couldn't desert maternal devotion. They delivered presentations to giants who scarcely recognized them, attended injuries of creatures who inflicted innumerable injuries themselves, performed lullabies to creatures who had extended since overlooked gentleness. Their devotion stayed even when reciprocation collapsed. A completely mortal constancy aimed toward progressively inhuman descendants. As indications of the approaching deluge increased, these women confronted impossible selections. Certain ones endeavored to alert their giant descendants only to be disregarded or ridiculed. Different ones endeavored to construct sanctuaries, recognizing such attempts were purposeless against heavenly condemnation. A handful, the writing suggests, selected to embrace the approaching waters, exhausted of existing in a realm tainted past acknowledgement, nevertheless lamenting the descendants they would forfeit. In Uncommon Fragments, we observe women who arrived to regret their combinations with the Watchers, who perceived the results develop and desired they had selected distinctly. One section portrays a mother ascending a peak to address the firmament immediately. I did not recognize what I invited into my body, into our realm. The attractiveness that attracted me disguised a horror I could not envision. If condemnation must arrive, permit it to arrive. Yet recognize that certain of us comprehend our mistake and would reverse it if we could. This viewpoint, remorse intermingled with agreement, presents a significantly mortal reaction to universal occurrences past mortal regulation. These women, contributors in a narrative not of their fabrication, confronted its results with lucidity, numerous of their heavenly companions deficient. They observed the taint of formation directly, nurturing its representatives while occasionally acknowledging the requirement of its purification. The women of Earth, too frequently diminished to unidentified casualties or annotations in the account, actually signify its most intricate ethical viewpoint. Neither completely culpable like the Watchers, neither completely blameless like uninvolved mortals, they inhabited the interval between cherishing what they ought to potentially dread, cultivating what would ultimately obliterate, transporting inside their bodies the actual combination of heaven and earth transformed incorrect. Their deficiency from substantial portions of the writing discusses to ancient patriarchal viewpoints, yet the fragments that accomplish, conserve their expressions, disclose measurements of the account alternatively forfeited. Through them, we observe not simply the corporeal actuality of delivering giants, yet the sentimental intricacy of cherishing descendants who transform into wickedness, of observing universal mistakes you assisted fabricate, of occupying at the limit between mortal restriction and heavenly violation. In the conclusion, most distributed the destiny of their giant descendants, seized by the identical waters that eliminated all indications of the realm before the deluge. Nevertheless, their encounter documented in these fragments that persisted millennia presents a portal into potentially the most mortal dimension of this supernatural account. The capability to cherish even what could obliterate us, and the discernment to acknowledge when that devotion is insufficient to obstruct required conclusions. Corruption of creation. Past the giants' brutality against mortals, the Book of Giants chronicles a more profound violation. The methodical taint of the physical realm as a whole. As descendants of creatures who had observed formation, the giants controlled instinctive understanding of existence's configurations and limits. What they deficient was reverence for these limits, guiding to trials that contradicted the founded arrangement of breathing entities. The fragments chronicle how giants seized creatures of distinct varieties and compelled them to reproduce, fabricating combined creatures never intended to be. These chimeric creatures controlled characteristics of numerous creatures, the vigor of a single, the perceptions of an alternate, the disposition of a tertiary. Certain could not persist their personal unphysical structure, enduring limited existences of agony. Different ones flourished in wicked methods, transforming into hunters more savage than anything physical selection had generated. Not satisfied with creature combination, certain giants commenced trials with vegetation existence. They attached poisonous varieties onto nutritious ones, fabricating produce that manifested beneficial yet contaminated those who consumed them. They cultivated vegetation that expanded with unphysical velocity, whose foundations fractured structures, and whose tendrils strangled indigenous varieties. Through these botanical trials, they fabricated agricultural turmoil that endangered nourishment provisions for ordinary mortals. Most troubling were endeavors to intermingle mortal and creature core. The writings suggest at ceremonies where giants merged circulation and material from distinct varieties, fabricating creatures that opposed classification, not completely mortal, not completely creature, being in a limit interval, with no position in physical arrangement. These trials generate enduring for all engaged. Nevertheless, the giants persisted them from inquisitiveness and the appetite to exhibit their authority over formation. The fragments imply these violations were not arbitrary yet methodical endeavors to reverse engineer formation as a whole, to comprehend its fundamentals through interruption instead of monitoring. The giants, potentially pursuing to reclaim the fabricative authority their angelic ancestors had observed, rather generated only distortion and enduring. Their trials disclosed not discernment yet its deficiency. Understanding without comprehension, authority without accountability. As these unphysical fabrications increased, they interrupted ecosystems previously strained by the giants' enormous appetites. Varieties that had been in equilibrium for thousands of years abruptly confronted rivals with benefits no physical transformation could have generated. Nourishment networks disintegrated. Hunter-victim associations destabilized. The deliberately orchestrated accord of creation commenced to fracture under pressures it was never structured to withstand. A single fragment portrays forests where no avian melodies could be perceived, where unphysical hunters had eliminated all ordinary wildlife. An alternate discusses rivers flowing contaminated with the refuse of giant reproduced creatures whose digestive mechanisms generated poisons no physical waterway could handle. The writing depicts a realm progressively separated from its initial structure, where taint distributed like contagion from the giants' laboratories and reproduction locations. Past corporeal manipulation, the giants tainted formation through spiritual contamination. The writings discuss ceremonies where they offered creatures in methods that liberated negative forces, where they articulated words that modified the delicate vibrations of locations previously holy. Peaks, where they inhabited transformed into void of particular vegetation that would not expand in their attendance. Sources near their residences flowed harsh or desiccated entirely. This methodical taint achieved its summit in what the fragments identify as the intermixing of all limits. Giants commenced wearing garments fabricated from impossible combinations, the covering of hunter and victim attached together, the plumage of avians that would never physically gather together. They constructed residences of materials that contradicted each alternate, compelling rock and timber and mineral to coexist in methods that fabricated delicate disaccords. They consumed nourishment combinations that contradicted physical classifications, intermixing carnivore and herbivore sustenance indiscriminately. These deeds could appear insignificant, contrasted to their brutality against mortals, yet the Book of Giants displays them as similarly substantial violations. By tainting the configurations founded at formation, the giants were efficiently proclaiming warfare not simply on mortals, yet on the universal arrangement as a whole. Their combination trials signified not simply intellectual inquisitiveness, yet insurrection against founded limits, a persistence of their ancestors' initial transgression of traversing the heaven-earth separation. What rendered these violations especially heartbreaking was that they originated from a perverted interpretation of heavenly fabricative authority. The giants, inheriting portions of their ancestors' heavenly understanding, controlled authentic perception into how breathing entities operated. Yet, without the discernment to direct this understanding, without reverence for the intention behind physical limits, their fabricative deeds generated only taint. As condemnation neared, the writing chronicles how even the planet as a whole commenced to dismiss the giants and their fabrications. Earth transformed into sterile beneath their extremities. Liquid transformed into stagnant at their contact. The actual components rebelled against creatures who had so completely contradicted their physical purposes. This corporeal dismissal reflected the universal dismissal that would shortly manifest as floodwaters climbing to purify the tainted realm. The Book of Giants consequently displays an environmental measurement to heavenly condemnation. The deluge arrived not simply to discipline ethical wickedness, yet to restore physical equilibriums, to purify formation of combined taints, to restore limits the giants had methodically contradicted. It signified not simply heavenly fury, yet heavenly restoration, agonizing yet required operation to eliminate taint that endangered the complete breathing mechanism. Through this illumination, Noah's vessel assumes appended importance. It can serve not simply creature varieties, yet appropriate classifications, purified and unpurified, masculine and feminine, according to their varieties. The deliberate recording and division preserved physical limits the giants had endeavored to eliminate. Noah's function was not simply conservation, yet purification, guaranteeing that post-deluge formation would develop according to its initial structure, liberated from the distortions introduced by the giants' trials. This dimension of the account discusses, with astonishing pertinence, to contemporary anxieties regarding hereditary alteration, variety extinction, and environmental interruption. The ancient writing elevates inquiries regarding limits that still reverberate. Simply because we can intermingle and modify breathing entities, ought we, where resides the boundary between stewardship and violation? How accomplish we equilibrate examination of possibility with reverence for founded configurations? The Book of Giants implies these inquiries are not simply practical yet spiritual, that our association with the physical realm mirrors our association with its fabricator. The giants' taint of creation originated immediately from their dismissal of heavenly limits. Their stimulation to remake formation in their representation instead of conserve its wholeness parallels numerous contemporary approaches to the physical realm. As the fragments chronicle the ultimate days before the deluge, they depict a realm so completely tainted that restoration necessitated purification instead of modification. The combined creatures, the contaminated territories, the interrupted ecosystems had traversed a threshold of no reversion. Formation as a whole, the writing implies, called out for the waters that would both obliterate and purify, concluding the giants' trials while fabricating interval for existence to commence again according to its initial structure. The call to heaven, the realm had expanded, shadowed with the presence of giants. Common populations existed in apprehension as these powerful creatures pulverized everything in their trajectory. Residences were fractured, territories trampled, and existences claimed on impulses. Every evening, the calls of enduring populations climbed upward like vapor from conflagration. These weren't simply any lamentations, they were petitions enveloped in desperation, appeals that ascended higher than peak summits, the lamentations of mothers who had forfeited descendants, the murmurs of cultivators whose territories remained devastated, and the hushed lamenting of elders who recalled superior periods, all intermingled into a solitary, sorrowful melody. Planet as a whole appeared to lament. Sources flowed contaminated with circulation. Vegetation inclined downward, as though bowing in anguish. Creatures escaped to concealed locations, perceiving the incorrectness that had established over formation like a substantial covering. The giants celebrated while humanity depleted. They claimed whatever they appetited, nourishment, territory, and existences, with no consideration of the following day. Their amusement resonated throughout valleys as they performed diversions with masses that pulverized communities underneath. Nothing was holy to them. Nothing was exempted. 4 mortals occupied prominence among the enduring, their designations nearly overlooked presently manifest in fragments of ancient writings. Virtuous souls who declined to embrace this fractured realm. They assembled on a moonless evening distant from the giants' observant perception. Together, they fashioned a petition unlike any previously. "Perceive us," they proclaimed to the atmosphere. "The planet strains under the mass of brutality. Your formation endures. Your descendants call out. How extended must we withstand?" This petition traveled past formations, past constellations, past the separation that divides our realm from the heavenly. It penetrated the firmament like a projectile discharged accurately, arriving before the platform of condemnation as a whole. Heaven responded. The petition had been perceived. Celestial beings assembled in gleaming chambers. They articulated in expressions like remote resonance regarding the condition of the realm underneath. Accounts flowed inward from observing souls who had observed the giant's savagery directly. Accounts of municipalities elevated, blameless, consumed, and understanding abused, accumulated higher than the heavenly peaks. In hushed corners of heaven, the devoted celestial beings murmured regarding their descended brothers, the watchers who had deserted their stations for terrestrial satisfactions. How distinct circumstances could have remained if they had stayed devoted. How substantial enduring could have been prevented. A determination established like mineral expanding in motionless liquid, heaven would no extended observe in quietness. The duration for deed had arrived, and the mechanisms of heavenly fairness commenced to rotate. Illumination assembled, authority awakened, clemency and fairness equilibrated on universal measurements. The reaction to humanity's petition was previously on its trajectory. Enoch's heavenly ascent. In a modest residence distant from giant domains existed a mortal designated Enoch. His facial covering had expanded white with years of discernment, his perception lucid with perception. Unlike most who concealed from the realm's horrors, Enoch traversed an alternate trajectory. He articulated with the divine regularly, like a juvenile conversing with a guardian. A single evening, as Enoch reposed, an illumination occupied his chamber, not severe like dawn's solar body, yet delicate like daybreak's initial suggestion. Two creatures occupied before him, their manifestations transitioning between mortal and something additional, something fabricated of illumination and intention. Approach, they articulated merely, projecting extremities that appeared interlaced from constellation radiance. Enoch experienced no apprehension as he elevated from his resting location. His body experienced delicate, nearly massless, as though the regulations that fastened tissue to planet had relaxed their grasp. The celestial beings, for that's what they remained, occupied on every flank, and together they transferred through the partition of his residence as though it remained simply vapor. Upward they traveled past vegetation summits, past formations. The realm underneath diminished until landmasses resembled sections on a covering. Constellations expanded more substantial, no extended remote punctures, yet radiant spheres that resonated with illumination. Enoch traversed through stratums of actuality that mortal language struggled to seize. The initial heaven parted before him like a cultivation. Creatures of illumination attended to universal configurations. They inclined respectfully as Enoch traversed, directed by his associates. The secondary heaven disclosed the descended watchers fastened in shadow, expecting condemnation. They proclaimed toward Enoch, requesting him to petition for them, their previously magnificent manifestations presently distorted with remorse. Enoch's spirit ached, yet his directors encouraged him forward. The tertiary heaven flourished with paradises past imagination, vegetation supporting produce of illumination, streams flowing with fluid mineral and flora that performed with delicate expressions. This, his directors clarified, expects those who stay devoted. Through the quaternary and quinary heavens, Enoch traveled, observing the arrangement of constellations and the repository of precipitation and frost, universal repositories expecting the ultimate periods. In the cenary heaven, celestial being battalions occupied in flawless arrangement, their implements not fabricated of mineral, yet of heavenly determination as a whole. They readied for combat against the taint underneath. Ultimately, the septenary heaven parted before him. Here, language collapses completely. Heavenly illumination, absolute and unscreened, occupied everything in this location. Enoch occupied before the ancient of periods, not in corporeal manifestation as mortals comprehend it, yet as attendance, as actuality, as the origin of all being. Enoch descended to his articulations, nevertheless experienced elevated upward. He trembled, nevertheless discovered flawless tranquility. He remained hushed, nevertheless communicated more significantly than language permits. Here the mystery developed. Enoch was converted, not simply instructed or informed, yet modified. Understanding flowed into him like liquid into desiccated earth. He perceived the commencement of all entities and observed potential conclusions. He comprehended the heavenly scheme, its discernment, its clemency, and its fairness. The celestial creatures designated him by a fresh designation, Metatron, a designation of mystery and significance that would reverberate through subsequent mystical heritages. Though still mortal, something additional had awakened inside him. Most crucially, he accepted lucid perception of what must transpire to the giants and their watcher ancestors. The condemnation was not savage, yet required, like severing distant illness to preserve a body. Enoch's conversion wasn't simply spiritual. Those who would subsequently perceive him would observe the illumination that appeared to radiate from inside, how his perception contained the reflection of constellations, how his language transported mass past their resonance. When he reverted to earth, he was both Enoch and not Enoch, a courier between realms, a connection between heaven and humanity. And he transported heaven's communication backward to a realm submerging in the presence of giants. The great accusation. Heaven's tribunals assembled in grave congregation, not in a construction fabricated of rock and timber, yet in an interval interlaced from illumination and actuality. Celestial beings occupied in innumerable formations, their appendages folded in reverence, their countenances directed toward the center, where fairness would shortly develop. The allegation against the Watchers and their giant descendants didn't arrive as a murmur, yet as a resonant proclamation. Every transgression was designated lucidly, articulated with neither fury nor satisfaction, yet with the constant expression of actuality that cannot be rejected. They have distributed the circulation of blamelessness, arrived the initial accusation, and representations manifested in the tribunal. Communities elevated, juveniles lamenting, circulations saturating into parched earth. They have instructed what was prohibited, arrived the secondary accusation, and additional visions established. Mortals acquiring to manufacture implements, to fabricate contaminations, to interpret the constellations for authority instead of discernment. They have defiled their personal character, arrived the tertiary accusation. And the tribunal perceived the Watchers deserting their stations, claiming mortal spouses, fabricating existence that was never intended to be. They have tainted formation as a whole. Arrived the quaternary accusation, demonstrating giants distorting creatures into fresh manifestations, intermixing varieties, fracturing the limits established since the commencement. Every allegation resonated like a resonance through the celestial tribunal, every actuality established like a mass on universal measurements. The Archangel Gabriel progressed forward, his attendants radiant, nevertheless grave. "I have traversed among them," he articulated. "I have observed their operations, the calls of the virtuous climb period and evening without terminating." Raphael articulated subsequently, his expression transporting the anguish of a restorer who perceives injuries too significant to repair. The planet as a whole is injured. The physical arrangement strains under the mass of their violations. Michael, most magnificent of the champions, occupied, elevated. If departed unchecked, nothing of the fabricator's structure will persist. They consume without consideration. They obliterate without intention. Uriel, guardian of discernment, parted his extremities to disclose a minute conflagration that demonstrated visions of the approaching. "Perceive what will arrive if this persists," he articulated merely, and all who gazed experienced significant apprehension. In the quietness that succeeded, an expression articulated, not elevated, nevertheless occupying all intervals. It arrived from everywhere and nowhere, from the center of all entities, from past duration as a whole. I have perceived. I have perceived. I have measured. The condemnation was not articulated, yet merely transformed into recognized to all attendants, establishing into their comprehension like precipitation on dawn vegetation. The watchers would be fastened. The giants would confront obliteration. The deluge would arrive, yet initially couriers would be transmitted. The quaternary archangels inclined their countenances, embracing their holy responsibility. Every one would fulfill a function in what was approaching. Fastening the descended, restoring the planet, readying for the purifying waters, protecting the understanding that must persist. As the tribunal dispersed, a hushed melancholy persisted. Even in fairness, there remained anguish for what had been forfeited, for the magnificence that had converted to taint, for brothers presently descended past contact. The allegation had been fabricated. The condemnation had been transferred. Presently, it would be executed. The four archangels, four creatures of illumination and intention, readied for their expedition to planet. Not ordinary celestial beings, yet archangels, powerful ones who occupied nearest to the heavenly attendants. Every one transported portion of heaven's authority. Every one assigned with a holy obligation. Michael arrived initially, his attendants like electricity, contained in manifestation. He was heaven's champion, whose designation signifies who resembles the divine. Though tranquil by character, his vigor had no equivalent. Golden protection enveloped him, not mineral hammered by terrestrial extremities, yet virtuousness rendered perceptible. His blade flamed with actuality that severed through all deception. Gabriel occupied at his flank, heaven's courier, whose expression could tremble peaks or murmur solace to an alarmed juvenile. His designation signifies vigor of the divine, and his language transported mass past their resonance. He would articulate heaven's proclamations, his expression achieving locations concealed from illumination. Raphael accompanied them. The heavenly restorer, whose contact could repair what was fractured. The divine has restored, is the significance of his designation, and restoration flowed from his extremities like liquid from a source. His perception contained compassion alongside determination. The planet as a whole would require his delicate attention following what was approaching. Uriel completed the formation, guardian of discernment and celestial conflagration. His designation discusses of divine illumination and comprehension emanated from him. His conflagration would illuminate actuality and consume distant deception. In his intellect, he transported understanding of what must be conserved before waters enveloped the realm. Together, they occupied as the quaternary foundations of heaven's reaction, vigor, communication, restoration, and discernment combined in intention. They descended not as mortals perceive transfer from upward to downward, yet through stratums of actuality, every one more concentrated than the previous. Formation divided before them, like liquid surrounding rocks in a current. Their manifestation was signaled by indicators. Certain individuals articulate shooting constellations blazed throughout evening atmospheres. Different ones recount of abrupt currents that transported peculiar melody. A handful discuss of visions that contacted sleepers globally, perceptions of illumination severing through shadow. The archangels transferred imperceptible among mortals at initially, claiming calculation of how distant taint had distributed. What they discovered only verified heaven's condemnation. Giant descendants wandered liberally, consuming materials, pulverizing any who contradicted them. The Watcher's instruction had guided to shadowed practices in concealed locations. Apprehension governed where devotion ought to have flourished. Michael pursued out the Watchers as a whole, concealing in peak fortresses. Gabriel readied to articulate heaven's statement to those who could still perceive. Raphael identified injuries in the physical realm that would require restoration. Uriel discovered those handful mortals whose spirits stayed uncorrupted, particularly a single mortal whose lineage would fulfill a substantial function. Every archangel operated with flawless intention, neither hastening, neither postponing what must be accomplished. They transferred like periods modifying, unstoppable, calculated, and required. When they ultimately disclosed themselves in their authentic character, the perception generated apprehension and astonishment into all who observed them. Not as mortals with appendages, as representation frequently depicts, yet as creatures of numerous countenanced magnificence, mechanisms inside mechanisms, perception of conflagration, and expressions like numerous waters. The giants, for all their vigor, trembled. The watchers, for all their understanding, could not conceal. Heaven's reaction had manifested, transported by quaternary powerful extremities. Chains and abyss. The period of calculation arrived for the watchers, not with resonance, yet with illumination that severed through their peak concealment, locations like liquid through granules. They had selected shadow, yet illumination discovered them regardless. Michael occupied before Shemihaza, chieftain of the descended watchers. Previously they had remained brothers in contribution. Presently they confronted each alternate as evaluator and alleged. No language transferred between them. None were required. In Michael's perception, Shemihaza perceived not loathing, yet something more difficult to support. Dissatisfaction, intermingled with determination. "You recognize the limits," Michael articulated ultimately, his expression neither furious, neither frigid, yet constant as constellations. "You instructed alternate ones to traverse them liberally." The watcher reduced his previously arrogant countenance. What protection could be presented? The confirmation of their transgressions enveloped the planet in the manifestation of their giant descendants. In the implements mortals presently directed against each alternate. In understanding abused and discernment tainted. Individually, the watchers were discovered. Certain ones combated, their previous magnificence flashing in frantic conflict. Different ones surrendered, exhausted of fleeing from what they had transformed into. A handful requested for clemency, asserting devotion had guided them incorrect, not wickedness. The fastening commenced, not with ordinary restraints of mineral, yet limitations established from celestial authority as a whole. Uriel articulated words of ancient language, and illumination rotated into unbreakable fasteners surrounding watcher extremities. Every fastening was authenticated with designations of authority that even the watchers could not reverse. Raphael enveloped their perception with fabrics interlaced from shadow between constellations, obstructing their vision of both heaven and planet. This was not savagery, yet requirement. Their observation had transformed into devastating to all it descended upon. Gabriel declared their verdict, his expression reverberating throughout peaks and valleys. "Until the magnificent condemnation period, you shall be fastened. Neither heaven, neither planet shall be your residence." The chasm expects. The planet parted, not as a seismic occurrence, yet as actuality as a whole, dividing to disclose what resides beneath all entities. A rupture of significant shadow gaped before them, extending more significant than mortal intellects can comprehend. Into this chasm, the fastened watchers descended, their descent neither rapid, neither gradual, yet outside duration, as planet recognizes it. Certain ones proclaimed backward ultimate communications for their giant descendants. Different ones lamented quietly. A handful preserved stubborn arrogance, even as shadow consumed them. The chasm sealed behind them like liquid restoring, following a rock's transition. Where powerful watchers had occupied, only vacant atmosphere stayed. Their confinement existed between intervals, neither completely in our realm, neither completely past it. From there, certain accounts articulate their suppressed calls, occasionally achieve perceptive perception during significant evening. They proclaim not for liberation, yet for pardon, recognizing a single is impossible and the alternate undeserved. Michael occupied at the authenticated entrance, positioning protections that would continue until ultimate periods. Uriel established illuminations surrounding the limit, not to solace the confined, yet to signal what must never be interrupted. The watchers were fastened, yet their descendants stayed. Giants who presently perceived their ancestors' deficiency like presences abruptly departed at solar zenith. A savage alarm distributed among them as they experienced heaven's recognition directing toward them subsequently. The archangels recognized their responsibility was partially complete. The origin had been restricted, yet the consequences still wandered liberated. As evening descended, mortals reposed more tranquilly than they had in generations, though they recognized not why. Something oppressive had elevated, like tempest formations, ultimately fracturing following endless grey periods. Above the reposing realm, quaternary archangels assembled to ready for the subsequent portion of heaven's condemnation. The weeping giants. The giants experienced it initially as a deficiency, an abrupt quietness where their ancestors' remote expressions had perpetually resonated. Then arrived visions occupied with restraints and shadow, departing them, struggling in their substantial resting locations. By dawn, they recognized the watchers had been claimed. Alarm distributed like uncontrolled conflagration among their formations. These powerful creatures who had horrified mortals without consideration presently discovered themselves alarmed. Without their ancestors' direction and safeguarding, they perceived their personal vulnerability for the initial duration. Ohia, most substantial of the giants, proclaimed an assembly. They congregated in a valley where their gigantic manifestations could accommodate comfortably. Hundreds manifested, their footfalls trembling the earth for distances surrounding. Certain ones wore protection fashioned from peak rocks. Different ones transported uprooted vegetation as implements. All wore apprehension on their countenances, an articulation mortals had never perceived there previously. "Our ancestors are departed," Oya declared, his expression resonating throughout the valley, claimed by heaven's contributors. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Certain giants lamented openly, their lamentations descending like seasonal precipitation. Different ones roared in rebellion, though they recognized not what to rebel or how. "Ha ha," Oya's brother progressed forward. "We must ready for what arrives subsequently. Heaven's perception has directed toward us." Mahai, the reflective one who had previously expedited to articulate with Enoch, gazed atmosphere-ward. "We cannot combat what claimed our ancestors. We must pursue an alternate method." Disputes erupted among them. Certain ones promoted constructing fortifications in the peaks. Different ones implied submerging to oceanic profundities where heaven's illumination couldn't achieve. A handful recommended frantic schemes to assault the portals of heaven as a whole. As discussion intensified, a solitary giant juvenile, most miniature among them yet acute of intellect, observed something troubling. "The creatures are departing," she articulated, yet handful perceived her alert. Indeed, creatures were escaping the valley. Avians claimed elevation in substantial gatherings. Herbivores and carnivores fled flank by flank without hunter or victim separations. Even miniature creatures burrowed more significant into earth. They perceived what the giants in their alarm overlooked, an attendance nearing. Enoch manifested at the valley's boundary, presently converted by his celestial expedition. Though miniature in dimensions contrasted to the giants, his attendance attracted all perception. Illumination appeared to glimmer surrounding him, and when he articulated, his expression transported to every perception despite its hushedness. "Descendants of the Watchers," he articulated. "Heaven has evaluated your ancestors. Presently, it directs its observation to you." Numerous giants hastened toward him in fury, yet halted abruptly as though contacting an imperceptible partition. They descended to their articulations, abruptly lamenting without comprehending why. "What are we to accomplish?" questioned Mahai, who had previously revered Enoch's discernment. "Where can we proceed?" Enoch's perception contained anguish, yet no negotiation. There exists nowhere past heaven's achievement. What was never intended to be cannot persist. Certain giants commenced to genuinely comprehend their circumstance. They weren't simply descendants who had misbehaved. They were contradictions. creatures whose actual being contradicted formation's structure. No discipline was nearing for entities they had accomplished. Condemnation had been transferred on what they remained. This comprehension fractured something inside them. Arrogant creatures who had previously amused at mortal apprehensions presently lamented like juveniles. Certain ones tore at their covering and garments in ancient indications of lamenting. Different ones merely occupied, astounded into quietness. Barakel, recognized for his savage spirit, neared Enoch with exceptional modesty. Is there no clemency? No chance for redemption? What would you present? Enoch questioned, hushed. How numerous mortal existences would equilibrate against yours? How substantial enduring would be reversed? The giant had no response. Through the evening they lamented, not simply for themselves, yet ultimately too belatedly for all they had obliterated. Their lamentations established fresh currents that flowed downward peak flanks. Their calls reverberated throughout valleys, fabricating a sorrowful melody that mortals would recall in terrors for generations. By dawn, certain had vanished, escaping to concealed locations. Different ones stayed, expecting with peculiar nobility for whatever would arrive subsequently. The lamenting of giants transformed into a resonance that established the realm's ultimate periods, before waters climbed to eliminate it purified. Giants versus heaven. The giants didn't all select surrender. Among them remained champions delivered for combat, who had never recognized defeat by terrestrial adversary. If heaven appetited warfare, certain ones rationalized, then warfare they would possess. Ohia assembled those with combating soul. We are descendants of both realms, he resonated, partially heavenly ourselves. Why ought we embrace obliteration without conflict? Hundreds responded his proclamation. They assembled implements of gigantic dimensions, vegetation structures fastened with mineral, masses polished into spherical shapes, lances that mortals would confuse for descended monuments in subsequent ages. Their combat readiness trembled the planet for periods. Meanwhile, mortals trembled in their establishments, perceiving confrontation, preparing past their comprehension. Creatures escaped to elevated earth or significant caverns, stimulated by impulses that acknowledged nearing catastrophe. The Archangel Michael manifested before the giant battalion not as a modest courier, yet in complete celestial magnificence. His manifestation elevated even above the giants, his protection reflecting illumination no terrestrial solar body had projected. At his flank, occupied champion celestial beings with conflagrating blades and countenances severe as fairness. "Deposit your implements," Michael ordered. "Embrace what must be." Oya progressed forward, substantial implement in extremity. "We select to combat," he proclaimed. "We did not request to be delivered, yet we will not perish voluntarily." What succeeded was not combat as mortals comprehend it. It was collision between two arrangements of actuality, terrestrial capability against celestial authority. The giants combated with corporeal vigor and frantic bravery. The celestial beings manipulated energies that established formation as a whole. Peaks disintegrated where they collided. Valleys established in solitary strikes. The actual atmosphere appeared to seize conflagrations surrounding them. Certain giants descended rapidly, their bravery no equivalent for heavenly condemnation. Different ones demonstrated astonishingly resilient, their intermingled ancestry bestowing capabilities past simple corporeal vigor. A handful even injured inferior celestial beings, transmitting them, retreating in trajectories of illumination. Discovered he could proclaim downward electricity, potentially an endowment from his Watcher ancestor, who had previously ordered Tempest components. He employed this authority to preserve angelic energies at separation for intervals. His amusement, maniacal with discovered assurance. Mahai demonstrated challenging to seize, his velocity permitting him to manifest and vanish throughout the combat location like dawn vapor. He generated with exactness instead of savage energy, aiming feeble locations in the heavenly assault. Yet heaven's materials were boundless, while the giants combated solitary. For every celestial being that retreated, tertiary additional manifested. For every successful protection, a fresh perspective of assault emerged. By evening descent, partially the giant battalion remained defeated, not deceased as mortals perish, yet unmade. Their substantial manifestations dissolved into constituent components, reverting to planet and atmosphere from which they'd been incorrectly established. As shadow descended, Oya proclaimed his remaining energies to a safeguarded valley. Their quantities had diminished from hundreds to simple dozens. Injuries that ought to have restored demonstrated peculiar illumination leaking through giant tissue. "We cannot triumph this combat," acknowledged Barasel, circulation flowing from numerous injuries. "Yet, potentially we can persist an alternate method. Certain ones implied concealing in oceanic profundities. Different ones recommended tunneling into Earth's foundation. A handful questioned if the dispersed mortal populations could shelter them from apprehension or incorrectly positioned veneration. As they discussed, the atmosphere above them transformed. Constellations rearranged into unfamiliar configurations, inscribing words in an ancient language. The communication was lucid to those who could interpret celestial indicators. Nowhere would be past achievement. By dawn, the remaining giants had dispersed, certain ones still determined to combat, different ones pursuing any flight potential. A handful merely expected, having embraced their destiny with astonishing nobility. The struggle had not come to an end, merely transformed itself. No longer waged as an open war, it had become a relentless pursuit across the entire surface of the planet. Heaven would not cease its efforts until the proper order of creation had been restored, no matter the length of time the chase might require. What the giants had not yet grasped was that an even greater power was already assembling, one that would render their conflict with angels insignificant in comparison. Water was approaching. Noah, the quiet observer. Away from the violent confrontations between giants and angels, a man labored continuously on the most magnificent ship ever constructed by human effort. His name was Noah, and, unlike the others, he had always maintained separation from the giants and those who fathered them. Noah was unremarkable in numerous respects, a man who built things with his own hands, who cherished his family, who cultivated grapevines and savored their harvest. Yet something distinguished him from the rest. When he offered his words, people paid attention, even though they seldom concurred. When he examined the world around him, he perceived beneath superficial details to fundamental realities. Most critically, Noah heard communications others could not detect, not through insanity, but during periods of peaceful reflection. Heaven communicated with him through visions and soft sounds, readying him for what had to unfold. He had observed the giants' dominance from a safe distance. While others trembled in fear or paid homage to these formidable creatures, Noah simply observed and committed things to memory. He witnessed how they devoured resources that might have sustained entire communities. He monitored their indifferent brutality and limitless desires. He took note of how they altered the fundamental equilibrium of the natural order. His construction of the ark had commenced years prior to the Watchers being imprisoned. Long before angels engaged giants in combat, Noah's hands had already grown rough from cutting lumber and waterproofing joints with tar. His fellow villagers ridiculed him, declaring him insane for constructing a vessel where no body of water could possibly reach it. "The world thirsts for righteousness," he would respond when confronted, and then continue his labor. Noah's 3 sons contributed to the work, though each comprehended their father's purpose in different ways. Shem labored from obligation and conviction. Ham labored from devotion to family. Japheth labored from fascination with what the future might hold. Their wives participated as well, accumulating provisions, protecting seeds, and documenting wisdom that might otherwise vanish. The day the archangels imprisoned the watchers, Noah stopped briefly in his work. He sensed the transformation in the world, the way a seafarer detects shifting weather patterns. That evening, his visions burned with scenes of restraints and bottomless depths, though he shared this with no one. When giants fought against heaven's armies, Noah intensified his efforts on the ark. The faraway sounds of battle, thunder in cloudless skies, tremors in the earth without explanation, only validated what he had long understood was inevitable. While others speculated and trembled, he made ready. Uriel visited him as the last planks were being fitted. The archangel manifested not in fearsome glory, but as a wanderer requesting refuge. Only his eyes, containing illumination no mortal ever possessed, betrayed his authentic identity. "You alone have perceived truthfully," Uriel informed him. "You alone have made preparations." Noah shook his head. "Not through my understanding," he answered. Uriel delivered exact directions for the approaching period. When to enter the ark, how to assemble the animals, what indicators would signal the flood's commencement. Most significantly, he clarified how Noah's family would connect two epochs, the one perishing and the one preparing to emerge. "You will be regarded as annihilators by those who die," Uriel cautioned. "In reality, you are protectors of what holds the greatest importance." Noah posed only a single question. "The giants, will any of them survive?" Uriel's countenance grew grave. "Their physical forms will revert to basic elements, but consciousness does not vanish so readily. Something of their essence will persist, though altered. That confrontation belongs to a different era." Noah grasped. This was simultaneously caution and prediction. His obligations stretched beyond the flood itself, into the world that would emerge afterward. As Uriel took his leave, Noah surveyed the terrain. In the far distance he could observe massive figures moving with desperation, detecting their approaching end. Nearer, humans carried on with their everyday activities, unaware of both the deterioration that engulfed them and the purification about to arrive. Noah went back to his work without mentioning the encounter. His hands operated with fresh determination, directed by comprehension few mortals have ever achieved. He bore witness to an epoch concluding. He would serve as protector of what followed next. The ark approached its finish as heaven's reckoning unfolded. The most significant transition in the planet's chronicle was about to commence, with Noah as its quiet witness and guardian of possibility. The great deluge commences. The atmosphere became motionless. Birds ceased, their melodies mid-song. Insects grew quiet, as though by collective understanding. Even the breeze paused in waiting. For 3 days, this abnormal stillness covered the world, causing shivers along human backs despite mild weather. In their mountain strongholds and coastal refuges, the surviving giants detected the shift. They had battled angels and been defeated. They had escaped to the planet's most remote regions. Now something different drew near. Not a foe to engage, but a destiny they could sense deep within themselves. Noah's family finished last-minute arrangements. 7 pairs of pure animals and 1 pair of every impure species had appeared without being summoned, traveling on foot, by wing, or by crawl toward the ark, as though pulled by unseen forces. The family observed in hushed wonder as creatures that ought to have been adversaries stepped inside calmly, alongside one another. Seeds from each plant had been accumulated, wisdom had been safeguarded in documents and recollection. Everything that held value from the ancient world had been assembled to plant the new one. As Noah's family stepped into the ark, residents assembled to jeer one last time. "Where is this great flood?" they taunted. "The heavens are cloudless." Noah stopped at the entrance, gazing back at the world he had experienced. His eyes contained grief, but no wavering. Without acknowledging the mockery, he stepped into the ship and fastened the entrance, not through his own effort, but through utterances delivered in a tongue more ancient than human language. The initial indication came not from the sky, but from underground. Springs that had flowed since the beginning abruptly erupted with fresh intensity, rising up from depths no mortal had ventured. Pure water became cloudy, then black with substances never witnessed in sunlight. The earth became waterlogged under people's steps. Meanwhile, the heavens altered, not with tempest clouds forming, as human instinct might anticipate, but with an unusual glass-like appearance. The firmament, that canopy ancient civilizations believed divided earthly waters from celestial ones, started to break apart. The initial raindrops descended like sorrow, soft and heated. Young ones captured them with their mouths, having never witnessed rain previously. Grown ones gazed upward in marvel rather than dread. This was not terrifying, it was magnificent. For one full day, rain descended gently. People found cover, but experienced no genuine concern. Some even rejoiced at what appeared a gift following years of giant-induced aridity. By the following day, streams had transformed into rivers. Homes in low areas filled with water reaching people's ankles. Worry supplanted marvel, but most trusted the waters would retreat on their own. On the third day, everything shifted. The soft rain turned violent, the firmament completely shattered, unleashing waters retained since creation's first moments. At the same time, deep ocean bottoms split apart, releasing subterranean oceans. Water arrived from all directions, from overhead, from beneath, and from every angle, not descending or streaming, but devouring. Mountains that had appeared eternally secure started to vanish under climbing waves. Valleys transformed into lakes, then into seas. The giants, powerful though they were, learned their might signified nothing against water. Some attempted to stay afloat, their muscular limbs battling the flow. Others constructed improvised floating platforms that broke apart under their mass. A handful ascended the tallest summits only to observe water levels climb relentlessly in their direction. Humans called out to the watchers who could no longer perceive them. They presented offerings to deities who had never been real. They pleaded with the heavens for compassion that could not alter what had been initiated. Within the ark, Noah's family heard the noises. Rain pounding the timber ceiling, water surging against fortified barriers, and progressively fainter screams. They illuminated candles against intensifying gloom and conversed softly amongst one another, exchanging recollections of a world they already recognized was lost for all time. Archangels observed from dimensions beyond material perception as waters purified what had been tainted. This was not retribution as mortals conceive it, but renewal, agonizing yet essential, like removing infected tissue to preserve a living organism. For 40 days and 40 nights, water descended from skies that never brightened. For 5 months following, floods submerged the tallest mountains. Everything that had taken breath upon land reverted to the substances from which it originated. The giants' bodies disintegrated back into soil and water, their material existence eliminated from creation. Yet, something endured. Reverberations of awareness, portions of essence, kernels of recollection that would drift through the purified world like unseen particles awaiting fresh ground. The flood was not the conclusion of their account, merely its pivot point. As for the ark, it drifted securely above the altered world. Inside, a modest spark of humanity persisted, a beacon, anticipating waters to withdraw and fresh starts to surface. The ancient world was gone, swept away, made silent. What would emerge in its position remained unknown. The flood predicted long before water submerged the world. The flood existed as a murmur, a caution inscribed in overlooked writings. The Book of Giants retains pieces of this advanced knowledge, how the approaching deluge was disclosed before the initial raindrop descended. Enoch had declared it following his celestial voyage. Standing in the presence of the grey giant Mahaway, his tone stayed composed while conveying world-shattering information. "Waters will submerge the highest peaks," he stated. "Every creature drawing breath will revert to the elements, not as retribution exclusively, but as essential purification. The giants absorbed this communication differently than humans. For humanity, the flood signified divine condemnation against wrongdoing. For giants, it indicated something more intimate. They themselves constituted the corruption being eliminated. Some giants rejected Enoch's caution as hollow intimidation. Others pursued methods to endure what could not be prevented. A select few acknowledged their destiny with unexpected insight, understanding that their existence had disrupted creation's harmony. Celestial tablets entered the world containing exact directions. Most were entrusted to Noah, specifications for constructing an ark that could withstand divine tempest. Dimensions, substances, and techniques, all designated with supernatural exactness. Other tablets held cautions for anyone with vision to perceive and spirit to comprehend. Giants acquired some of these divine communications. In stolen instances, they struggled over markings beyond their grasp. The vocabulary of heaven proved challenging for their earth-connected intellects. What they did comprehend left them trembling with terror. 7 giants experienced visionary dreams at the same moment. Images of water climbing above mountain ridges, of their enormous bodies breaking down like minerals in heated liquid, of a world cleansed of their species. They convened in hidden assembly, analyzing nightmares that aligned too flawlessly to be mere chance. "Perhaps we can construct our own ship," proposed one, still trusting their power could surmount anything. "Perhaps we can establish harmony with heaven," suggested another, not comprehending that the matter was not their deeds, but their fundamental nature. "Perhaps we should embrace what time we have left," stated a third, with insight beyond his age. Indications materialized for those observing carefully. Animals started behaving peculiarly, congregating in unexpected clusters, traveling out of proper season, or becoming silent during typical breeding periods. Plants blossomed at wrong intervals. Even the celestial bodies seemed to shift minutely, their configurations communicating cautions for those who could interpret heavenly script. One giant youth, blessed with remarkable awareness, recognized waters in all places, becoming agitated. Springs gushed with increased vigor. Ocean currents extended farther onto shore. Morning moisture accumulated more heavily, occasionally lingering until afternoon. "The world mourns in preparation," she informed her mother, who rejected it as youthful imagination. Noah labored in silence, adhering to divine directions, while neighbors derided him. Some giants monitored his advancement from afar, comprehending better than humans what his ark represented. A handful contemplated demolishing the ship before its completion, but peculiar protectors materialized whenever they drew near. Entities of radiance that neither slumbered nor communicated, but whose attention transformed even giant bravery to weakness. The watchers, bound in their abyss, perceived what approached. Their sentence included this awareness that their offspring would be eliminated from creation while they remained alert, powerless to assist or even bid farewell. Their laments resounded in profound locations where no mortal ear could detect, but perceptive giants occasionally awakened from slumber with moisture flowing down their faces, not comprehending the reason. Animal conduct became the most transparent indication. Creatures started materializing near Noah's Ark, not compelled or guided, but approaching of their own volition. They arrived in pairs and clusters, arranging themselves by category and disposition. Even natural opponents stood tranquilly together, as if recalling a concord that existed before deterioration penetrated the world. 7 days prior to waters breaking loose, a flawless stillness descended over everything. Winds stopped, clouds suspended motionless, birds halted mid-flight to rest quietly on limbs. This unnatural tranquility alarmed humans more than tempests ever had. In this quietness, some at last started to question if the elderly man's cautions contained validity. Giants sensed it as well, a force accumulating under reality's exterior, like massive air pockets readying to erupt through fragile, frozen surface. Primordial waters assembled strength. The systems of creation that had contained oceans in their designated limits since the earliest days readied to surrender their hold. In mountain citadels, giant rulers convened for closing celebrations. They consumed abundantly, vocalized loudly, and related tales of their powerful accomplishments. Some chuckled in the presence of fate, resolved to encounter their conclusion with resistance. Others mourned visibly, their sorrow forming currents that would shortly merge with greater waters. On the final evening of the ancient world, stars burned with remarkable intensity. The moon suspended full and near, as though approaching to observe what would transpire. Those who understood the heavens stated the sky itself was offering farewell. Noah's family stepped into the ark, not in frenzy, but with dignified intention. The entrance secured behind them, not through mortal hands, but through divine intention. Inside, they illuminated candles against intensifying obscurity and awaited what had been predicted to transform into actuality. The flood was arriving not as mere chance or intimidation, but as absolute certainty. Creation readied to start anew. The great deluge commences. The atmosphere became motionless. Birds ceased their melodies mid-song. Insects grew quiet as though by collective understanding. Even the breeze paused in waiting. For 3 days, this abnormal stillness covered the world, causing shivers along human backs, despite mild weather. In their mountain strongholds and coastal refuges, the surviving giants detected the shift. They had battled angels and been defeated. They had escaped to the planet's most remote regions. Now, something different drew near. Not a foe to engage, but a destiny they could sense deep within themselves. Noah's family finished last-minute arrangements. 7 pairs of pure animals, and 1 pair of every impure species had appeared without being summoned, traveling on foot, by wing, or by crawl toward the ark, as though pulled by unseen forces. The family observed in hushed wonder as creatures that ought to have been adversaries stepped inside calmly alongside one another. Seeds from each plant had been accumulated. Wisdom had been safeguarded in documents and recollection. Everything that held value from the ancient world had been assembled to plant the new one. As Noah's family stepped into the ark, residents assembled to jeer one last time. "Where is this great flood?" they taunted. "The heavens are cloudless." Noah stopped at the entrance, gazing back at the world he had experienced. His eyes contained grief, but no wavering. Without acknowledging the mockery, he stepped into the ship and fastened the entrance, not through his own effort, but through utterances delivered in a tongue more ancient than human language. The initial indication came not from the sky, but from underground. Springs that had flowed since the beginning abruptly erupted with fresh intensity, rising up from depths no mortal had ventured. Pure water became cloudy, then black with substances never witnessed in sunlight. The earth became waterlogged under people's steps. Meanwhile, the heavens altered, not with tempest clouds forming as human instinct might anticipate, but with an unusual glass-like appearance. The firmament, that canopy ancient civilizations believed divided earthly waters from celestial ones, started to break apart. The initial raindrops descended like sorrow, soft and heated. Young ones captured them with their mouths, having never witnessed rain previously. Grown ones gazed upward in marvel rather than dread. This was not terrifying, it was magnificent. For 1 full day, rain descended gently. People found cover but experienced no genuine concern. Some even rejoiced at what appeared a gift following years of giant-induced aridity. By the following day, streams had transformed into rivers, homes in low areas filled with water reaching people's ankles. Worry supplanted marvel, but most trusted the waters would retreat on their own. On the 3rd day, everything shifted. The soft rain turned violent, the firmament completely shattered, unleashing waters retained since creation's first moments. At the same time, deep ocean bottoms split apart, releasing subterranean oceans. Water arrived from all directions, from overhead, from beneath, and from every angle, not descending or streaming, but devouring. Mountains that had appeared eternally secure started to vanish under climbing waves. Valleys transformed into lakes, then into seas. The giants, powerful though they were, learned their might signified nothing against water. Some attempted to stay afloat, their muscular limbs battling the flow. Others constructed improvised floating platforms that broke apart under their mass. A handful ascended the tallest summits, only to observe water levels climb relentlessly in their direction. Humans called out to the watchers who could no longer perceive them. They presented offerings to deities who had never been real. They pleaded with the heavens for compassion that could not alter what had been initiated. Within the ark, Noah's family heard the noises, rain pounding the timber ceiling, water surging against fortified barriers, and progressively fainter screams. They illuminated candles against intensifying gloom and conversed softly amongst one another, exchanging recollections of a world they already recognized was lost for all time. Archangels observed from dimensions beyond material perception as waters purified what had been tainted. This was not retribution as mortals conceive it, but renewal, agonizing yet essential, like removing infected tissue to preserve a living organism. For 40 days and 40 nights, water descended from skies that never brightened. For 5 months following, floods submerged the tallest mountains. Everything that had taken breath upon land reverted to the substances from which it originated. The giants' bodies disintegrated back into soil and water, their material existence eliminated from creation. Yet something endured. Reverberations of awareness, portions of essence, kernels of recollection that would drift through the purified world like unseen particles awaiting fresh ground. The flood was not the conclusion of their account, merely its pivot point. As for the ark, it drifted securely above the altered world. Inside, a modest spark of humanity persisted to illuminate, anticipating waters to withdraw and fresh starts to surface. The ancient world was gone, swept away, made silent. What would emerge in its position remained unknown. Spirits of those condemned, the waters climbed, the giants dropped, but mortality was not their conclusion, only an alteration of state. When their enormous bodies descended under the flood, something lingered. Their essences remained unbound and furious, floating across the submerged world. These were not typical souls. Created from prohibited mingling between celestial and terrestrial, the Nephilim existed beyond natural order. Even the flood, the divine great restoration, could not completely eliminate them. Instead, they altered, transforming into what subsequent writings identify as malevolent spirits, or what we might plainly call demons. Enoch's compositions discuss this peculiar continued existence. From the days of slaughter and mortality of the giants, the spirits that have departed from their souls shall exist without judgment. Neither completely living nor genuinely deceased, these entities exist in a transitional realm. Consider this. The flood eliminated their physical form, but could not affect their core. These spirits, originated from angels, yet nurtured in depravity, became the initial demons in Jewish understanding. They roam still, according to the ancient accounts, creating difficulty wherever they travel. Ancient writings inform us these spirits retained numerous characteristics of the giants. Their appetite stayed boundless. Their aggression persisted undiminished, but now they possessed no material body, so they pursued fresh methods to fulfill ancient cravings. They commenced to invade, to murmur, to seduce. Some rabbinical compositions propose these spirits bear responsibility for bodily and mental afflictions. When someone becomes sick without explanation, perhaps a spirit of the condemned is drawing sustenance. When thinking turns grim without justification, maybe an ancient voice is communicating. The Book of Giants only suggests this alteration, but subsequent Jewish compositions elaborate on it, establishing a connection between the pre-flood epoch and difficulties that ensued. In this perspective, demons were not fashioned by Satan. They are reverberations of a world the divine attempted to eliminate. Picture their dissatisfaction. Once they towered above peaks, once they dominated the planet. Now they exist as phantoms, observing smaller creatures inherit what was previously theirs. Their fury reverberates through ages, a resentment that never diminishes. Noah's endurance must have particularly irritated them. While they submerged, this single family floated above the waters. While their bodies deteriorated in the depths, Noah's descendants repopulated the world. Some writings suggest the demons especially pursue Noah's lineage out of malice. This concept that malevolent spirits are phantoms of ancient giants presents a distinctively Jewish clarification for the dilemma of persisting evil. The divine purified the world, yet obscurity continued. The flood eliminated bodies, but could not contact spiritual depravity. The giant's ultimate retaliation was simply declining to vanish entirely. Medieval Jewish mysticism develops further. The Zohar characterizes these spirits concealing in fractures of the planet, in forsaken locations, in darkness. They are attracted to vacant structures, devastation, and intersections. Locations of passage reflecting their own nature trapped between states. For the ancients, this clarified much. Why locations sense inhabited by spirits? Why intellects occasionally fill with thinking that does not appear our personal? Why wickedness endures in a world, the divine pronounced virtuous? The giants may have descended, but something of them persists, anticipating, observing, recalling when they dominated a younger planet. These spirits of the condemned function as a caution in ancient writings. They signify the enduring ramifications of defiance. Even divine condemnation could not completely erase what the Watchers initiated. Some deeds generate reverberations that never genuinely disappear. Some early Christian authors linked these roaming spirits to the demons the Messiah expelled in the Gospels. The connection from pre-flood giants to New Testament demons established a continuous account of spiritual conflict extending throughout human chronicle. The condemned spirits also clarify why in ancient reasoning certain safeguards were required: talismans, supplications, ceremonies. These were not mere beliefs, but pragmatic reactions to a world where giants' phantoms still traveled unseen among mortals, harboring ancient animosities. What proves remarkable is how this concept of altered giants shaped subsequent literature. Medieval accounts of spirits and modern phantom stories share origins with these ancient convictions. The restless deceased, the hostile presence, the inhabited location, all resound the most ancient stories of what occurred to the Nephilim following the waters climbed. Post-flood epoch. The waters withdrew. Territory surfaced. Noah's family stepped onto soil, still damp from divine condemnation. The world they discovered was disturbingly silent, vacant of the giants' footfalls and liberated from their perpetual appetite. Or was it? The Book of Giants predominantly concludes with the flood, but other ancient writings relate alternative accounts. Some propose a small number of giants endured, perhaps by discovering elevated terrain or through divine exception. Genesis itself suggests this chance when it references Nephilim materializing following. The most renowned survivor hypothesis focuses on Og, ruler of Bashan. According to rabbinical legend, he gripped the exterior of Noah's Ark, enduring the flood like an uninvited traveler. The waters that eliminated his brothers only reached to his knees. When the Israelites subsequently confronted him, they encountered the final living observer to the pre-flood epoch. Other writings reference different survivors. Some state a giant designated Ohia escaped to a remote peak. Others assert certain giants discovered caverns above the water level. These stories attempt to connect a troubling discontinuity. If all giants perished in the flood, why do subsequent biblical writings reference giants among the Canaanites? Numbers 13 famously documents the scouts dispatched to Canaan, stating, "We observed the Nephilim there. We appeared like insects in our personal perception. Either some giants endured the flood, or the prohibited minglings occurred again. Either chance disturbed ancient readers. The Valley of Rephaim, the descendants of Anak, the powerful Goliath. The Old Testament terrain stays marked with oversized figures, long following Noah's period. Each reference generated inquiries about the flood's thoroughness or indicated history might duplicate its most troubling episodes. Archaeological mysteries nourished these accounts. Ancient civilizations discovered enormous bones in the soil, dinosaur remains we now identify, but which they comprehended as mortal giants. Massive megalithic constructions like Stonehenge appeared beyond typical human capacity. Who except giants could transfer such stones? Outside Jewish heritage, giant legends continued globally. Greek titans, Norse Jotnar, Hindu divinities, all propose a universal recollection of larger, more powerful, older creatures who once traversed the planet. Were these separate inventions or reverberations of actual Nephilim? Flood accounts themselves materialize worldwide, frequently featuring corrupt giants or godmen who stimulate divine anger. From Mesopotamian Utnapishtim to Mayan flood stories, the configuration repeats. Giants transgress, waters climb, world commences anew. This shared narrative strand across isolated cultures fascinated ancient scholars. The Dead Sea Scrolls disclose another intriguing prospect. Some texts explore future conflicts against descendants of obscurity, with attributes resembling the ancient Nephilim. Was this figurative, or did they genuinely dread the giants would eventually reclaim the planet? Medieval Jewish compositions adopted a more figurative methodology. Giants transformed into representations of human arrogance and defiance rather than literal creatures. Their account cautioned against extending beyond appropriate boundaries, against attempting to transform into more than mortal. Christian understandings frequently linked giants to demons, perceiving them as physical manifestations of spiritual deterioration. Their appearance in Canaan validated conquest. The Israelites were not simply acquiring territory, but persisting in divine work of purifying the world from Nephilim influence. Islamic heritage presents yet another viewpoint. The Quran does not particularly reference Nephilim, but does characterize corrupt civilizations before Noah, who developed physically enormous through transgression. Their elimination functions as a caution about spiritual deterioration manifesting bodily. What proves notable in all these heritages is how the giants never completely disappear. They perish in the flood yet somehow persist as uncommon survivors, as spirits, as cultural recollections, as representations. Like a returning nightmare, they continue materializing to human creativity. Perhaps this persistence discloses something about us. We require these giants as clarification for devastation we do not comprehend, as embodiment of our anxieties about human capacity, as warning stories about transgressing limits. The post-flood world may have been purified of actual Nephilim, but their phantoms stayed beneficial. Reappearance in Manichaeism. The Book of Giants nearly disappeared from Chronicle. Jewish heritage predominantly rejected it. Christianity disregarded it. The flood of duration almost eliminated it entirely. Then, something unanticipated occurred. A Persian prophet designated Mani discovered these ancient pieces and infused fresh vitality into them. Mani established a fresh religion in the 3rd century, a framework combining components from Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and Christianity. At its foundation resided a radical dualism, radiance versus obscurity, secured in perpetual conflict. The Book of Giants corresponded flawlessly into this perspective. In Mani's grasp, the ancient account altered. The Watchers transformed into creatures of radiance, imprisoned in obscurity. The giants signified mixed creatures, partially divine luminosity, partially corrupt substance. Their account was not simply about angels violating regulations, but about cosmic radiance, imprisoned in bodily state. We understand about Mani's adaptation predominantly through findings at Turfan, an ancient Silk Road settlement in what is currently China. There, concealed in the arid desert soil, pieces endured, composed in Middle Persian, Sogdian, Uyghur, and Coptic. Each translation contributed fresh cultural dimensions to the ancient story. Manichaean writings designate the giants differently. Ohia transforms into Sam. Mahawe alters into Nariman. Fresh characters materialize while others diminish. Yet, the fundamental account stays identifiable. Creatures of mixed heritage confronting elimination, pursuing wisdom from a sacred man who predicts their fate. What renders the Manichaean adaptation remarkable is its cosmic magnitude. The giants are not simply large mortals or angel combinations. They are expressions of a fundamental difficulty: radiance imprisoned in substance. Their elimination is not simply divine retribution, but component of a continuing procedure to liberate captured radiance. Picture radiance as aware. Picture it dispersed throughout dark substance, attempting to escape. The giants in Mani's framework signified especially troubled combinations. Excessive understanding essence, imprisoned in excessive hungry physical form. Their internal struggle reflected the universe's personal conflict. Mani's religion extended broadly, arriving from Spain to China. For centuries, the Book of Giants journeyed with Manichaean missionaries, discovering fresh audiences distant from its Hebrew beginnings. Roman emperors, Chinese administrators, and Central Asian traders all confronted this peculiar story of pre-flood giants. Augustine of Hippo, prior to his conversion to Christianity, invested 9 years as a Manichaean. He probably understood the Book of Giants in its Persian state. When he subsequently rejected Manichaeism, his critiques assisted solidify Christian resistance to the writing and its connected convictions. Manichaean imagery provides us glimpses of how they envisioned the giants, frequently as magnificent but troubled creatures captured between radiance and obscurity. Their tragic characteristic emerges more powerfully than in Jewish adaptations. They are not merely monsters, but mixed creatures deserving of sympathy. When Islam extended through Persian territories in the 7th century, Manichaeism progressively diminished. But components of its instruction, including accounts from the Book of Giants, shaped Sufi mystics and Persian poets. Reverberations materialized in Islamic legends about the pre-flood epoch. What proves noteworthy about this transmission is how a rejected Jewish writing discovered fresh vitality in completely different cultural environments. Accounts possess peculiar continued lives. Expelled from one heritage, they frequently discover residences in others, shifting to correspond fresh surroundings while preserving fundamental components. The Manichaean adaptation emphasizes visions more substantially than Jewish adaptations. Giants possess vivid apocalyptic images. They observe trees being extracted, signifying themselves. They observe divine fire devouring a garden, representing the approaching flood. These vision sequences transformed central to the account. Mani himself asserted to possess a spiritual counterpart who disclosed reality to him. This divine equivalent resembles Enoch's function in the original Book of Giants, a mediator between dimensions, a vision interpreter, a messenger of challenging realities. Perhaps Mani perceived himself as a fresh Enoch for a subsequent era. For modern scholars, Manichaean pieces presented crucial absent portions of the original Book of Giants. By analyzing adaptations across vocabularies and heritages, researchers constructed a more thorough picture of what the ancient writing might have held before duration dispersed its sections. Reverberations in Gnosticism. Beyond Manichaeism, the Book of Giants discovered kindred spirits in Gnostic heritages. These diverse spiritual movements distributed a radical concept. Our visible world is not divine establishment, but cosmic confinement. Authentic divinity resides beyond, while an imposter deity dominates here underneath. Gnostic writings never directly reference the Book of Giants, yet the conceptual similarities extend profound. Both heritages feature corrupt creator creatures, imprisoned divine fragments, and salvation through concealed wisdom. Both perceive our bodily domain as fundamentally impaired, not by mortal transgression, but by its fundamental design. The Watchers in giant literature resemble Gnostic archons, powerful but impaired rulers who supervise different territories of establishment. When Watchers depart their celestial positions to combine with mortals, they reflect the Gnostic theme of limit, transgressing with catastrophic outcomes. Nephilim, half angel, half mortal, resound the Gnostic vision of mortals themselves, divine awareness imprisoned in bodily state. Their monstrous appetite represents how substance constantly demands, yet never fulfills. Their aggression signifies substance's inherent tendency toward disorder. The Secret Book of John, a key Gnostic writing, characterizes how archons desired mortal women and established bitter destiny, a concept strikingly similar to the Watcher's deterioration of humanity. Both heritages trace our world's difficulties to improper combining between divine and earthly domains. Most remarkable is how both heritages address the flood. In standard interpretations, Noah's flood purifies deterioration. In Gnostic writings, however, the flood signifies the false creator's attempt to eliminate awakening awareness. Some Gnostic clusters even portrayed Noah as rescued by Sophia, divine understanding, against the creator's desires. Enoch's function resembles the Gnostic revealer who delivers saving wisdom. Like Gnostic messengers, Enoch traverses between dimensions, observing cosmic mysteries and returning with transformative understanding. His compositions, concealed, safeguarded, rediscovered, adhere to the typical configuration of Gnostic revelation writings. The concept of salvific wisdom materializes in both heritages. Giants pursue Enoch's understanding to escape approaching condemnation. Gnostics pursue special wisdom to escape cosmic ignorance. Both heritages value particular information as the solution to transcending a condemned world. Early church fathers attacked both heritages for similar justifications. Irenaeus condemned the Book of Giants alongside Gnostic writings, asserting both corrupted appropriate biblical comprehension. Both challenged the excellence of establishment and the absolute sovereignty of the Creator, unacceptable positions for Orthodox Christianity. Archaeological findings disclose these were not merely theoretical links. At Nag Hammadi in Egypt, where major Gnostic writings were discovered, researchers also uncovered pieces proposing awareness of Enochic literature. These heritages bodily distributed location in ancient repositories. While formal Gnosticism diminished by the 5th century, its themes endured in mystical heritages across multiple religions. Similarly, while the Book of Giants vanished from mainstream interpretation, its motifs persisted, shaping how civilizations pictured cosmic struggle and divine mysteries. Modern spiritual pursuers frequently rediscover both heritages at the same time. Those dissatisfied with conventional religious responses discover in these ancient writings alternative cosmologies that organize human experience as cosmic performance rather than moral examination ground. What both heritages ultimately present is a redemptive organization for suffering. If our world appears disorderly, perhaps that is because incomplete creatures assisted establish it. If mortals sense foreign here, perhaps we hold something not completely belonging to this world. If wisdom delivers both anguish and liberty, perhaps that is the essential path of awakening. These similarities do not inevitably indicate direct influence in either direction. They might instead disclose how similar spiritual inquiries tend to generate similar mythic responses across cultures and centuries. When mortals peer into cosmic obscurity, we frequently construct similar clarifications for what we detect there. The tragedy of both heritages resides in their near thorough elimination. We glimpse them predominantly through pieces and hostile references. What spiritual insights might they have presented if safeguarded intact? What ancient understanding did we forfeit when these writings burned in Alexandria's fires or deteriorated in desert caverns? The concealed book. For 16 centuries, the Book of Giants virtually vanished. Bible interpreters understood nothing of Mahowe's voyage or Oya's visions. The writing that once fascinated Jewish mystics and Manichaean converts simply disappeared, concealed by duration, interred by soil, overlooked by heritage. Why did this occur? Some compositions endure while others expire. The powers that safeguarded Plato but eliminated most of Epicurus also organized biblical literature. Political authority, religious influence, bodily resilience, copying regularity, all establish which ancient communications still articulate. The Book of Giants confronted particular challenges. Jewish authorities progressively standardized their writings following Jerusalem's elimination in 70 CE. Works outside the emerging collection received fewer reproductions, less safeguarding, reducing attention. The cycle of disregard nourished itself. Unknown writings transformed increasingly unknowable. Early Christianity might have safeguarded the composition as it did other Jewish compositions like the Wisdom of Solomon. But the Giants' material posed theological difficulties. Its elaborate angelology, cosmic dualism, and concentration on pre-human occurrences distracted from teachings centered on the Messiah. Church fathers worried it would stimulate unhealthy spiritual contemplation. Pragmatic factors also participated. The composition existed predominantly in Aramaic, when Greek transformed into the scholarly vocabulary. Its scrolls were maintained in remote desert settlements that progressively disbanded. Each bodily reproduction that deteriorated signified wisdom, permanently forfeited in a pre-printing epoch. The deliberate suppression hypothesis stays popular but oversimplified. No church assembly particularly condemned the Book of Giants. No Roman emperor commanded its elimination. It diminished through disregard rather than persecution. A quieter but equally effective eraser. Religious transformations performed their component. As Judaism reconstructed following temple forfeitures, it concentrated progressively on law rather than mysticism, on mortal obligation rather than cosmic performance. The Giants' spectacular visionary material transformed progressively peripheral to mainstream Jewish concerns. Christianity, meanwhile, established its personal origin accounts, concentrated on Adam's transgression rather than angelic defiance. The Giants' account simply did not function, emerging theological requirements. Religious writings endure when settlements discover them beneficial for addressing current inquiries. Then arrived an astonishing reversal. In 1947, a Bedouin shepherd tossed a stone into a cavern near the Dead Sea. The unanticipated noise of shattering pottery guided to Chronicle's greatest biblical archaeology finding. Among the scrolls recovered were pieces of the long-forfeited Book of Giants. At the same time, scholars laboring in European repositories commenced identifying Manichaean pieces from Central Asia as holding parallel substance. Portions accumulated dust for decades before researchers comprehended their link to Jewish writings referenced by ancient authors. These findings disclosed why reconstructing the composition stays so challenging. Even when intact, it existed in multiple adaptations. The Qumran pieces differ from Manichaean modifications. Subsequent references propose other variants circulated among various settlements. Unlike biblical writings with established transmission chains, the Giants' substance stayed fluid. Modern scholars confronted immense challenges. The Dead Sea pieces were damaged, dispersed across multiple scrolls, composed in faded ink on deteriorating parchment. Some portions held just a handful of legible terms. Constructing these puzzle portions required linguistic expertise, historical awareness, and educated speculation. The Manichaean substance complicated matters further. Translated repeatedly across vocabularies from Aramaic to Greek to Middle Persian to Chinese, each adaptation contributed cultural modifications. Identifying which components originated from the original Jewish writing and which reflected subsequent religious concerns proved difficult. Despite these challenges, scholars progressively reconstructed substantial portions: the visions of Ohia and Hahia, Mahaway's flight to Enoch, the giant's reaction to approaching condemnation. While discontinuities persist, we currently possess enough to comprehend the account that ancient interpreters discovered so compelling. What does this recovery instruct us? That wisdom considered permanently forfeited can occasionally return. That writings endure in unanticipated methods through translations, modifications, pieces. That ancient communications silenced for ages can abruptly articulate again, altering how we comprehend our spiritual past. The composition's disappearance and rediscovery also challenge assumptions about religious chronicle. Heritages do not develop in straight paths. Writings considered significant by ancient settlements can disappear for centuries before abruptly reappearing to shape fresh spiritual conversations. For modern interpreters, the reconstructed Book of Giants presents a portal into alternative biblical comprehensions, paths not pursued, interpretations that flourished briefly before diminishing. Its rediscovery reminds us that religious heritages hold more diversity than their current states propose. The legacy of Enoch. At the foundation of the Book of Giants exists a noteworthy figure, Enoch, seventh from Adam, who traversed with the divine and existed no more. This mysterious phrase from Genesis spawned a literary heritage that organized apocalyptic understanding for thousands of years. Enoch occupies a distinctive position in biblical lineage. He never perished, but was transported directly to celestial realms, one of only two mortals in Hebrew scripture to circumvent mortality. This exceptional status rendered him the flawless mediator between earthly and divine domains in ancient creativity. The Giants' account signifies just one branch of Enochic literature. The first book of Enoch, also identified as Ethiopian Enoch, holds the Watcher account. The second composition, Slavonic Enoch, characterizes his celestial voyage. The third composition, Hebrew Enoch, recounts his alteration into the angel Metatron. Together with the Book of Giants, these writings establish a spiritual repository attributed to this ancient visionary. Enoch's influence stretched far beyond these particular works. The celestial voyage motif, where a mortal observes cosmic mysteries and returns with wisdom, transformed into a template for apocalyptic literature. Daniel's images, Ezekiel's wheel, John's revelation, all adhere to configurations established in Enochic writings. Jewish mysticism especially embraced Enoch. Merkaba mystics concentrated on the divine throne. Chariot perceived him as the prime illustration of mortal ascent to divine domains. Kabbalists identified him with Metatron, the highest angel and celestial recorder. His alteration from physical form to essence embodied their deepest spiritual aspirations. Early Christianity demonstrated similar fascination. The Epistle of Jude directly references from the Book of Enoch, identifying him the seventh from Adam who predicted condemnation. Church fathers like Tertullian considered Enochic compositions inspired. Though this perspective progressively forfeited favor as the collection solidified, what rendered Enoch so compelling? Unlike Moses or David, he departed no earthly legacy of nation or kingdom. Unlike Abraham or Jacob, he established no family path central to Israel's account. His authority resided precisely in his liminality, belonging neither completely to planet nor heaven, but traveling between dimensions. This mediator function materializes clearly in the Book of Giants. When terrified Nephilim require celestial wisdom, they dispatch Mahaway to discover Enoch, the mortal who comprehends divine vocabulary. When heaven requires to communicate condemnation to earthly creatures, Enoch delivers the communication. He connects domains otherwise separate. Beyond Judaism and Christianity, Enoch discovered honored positions in other heritages. Islam recognizes him as Idris, a prophet provided 30 scrolls of divine understanding. Some Sufi orders trace mystical practices back to his instructions. Mandaeans consider him a significant revealer of celestial mysteries. Modern esoteric movements persist, discovering inspiration in Enoch. From theosophy to New Age spirituality, his celestial voyages deliver templates for cosmic investigation. His alteration account appeals to those pursuing transcendence beyond bodily boundaries. Even secular literature demonstrates his influence. Dante's directed voyage through cosmic domains resonates Enochic ascent accounts. Milton's Paradise Lost extracts on Watcher's heritages linked to Enoch. Modern fantasy fiction regularly features mortal characters who obtain access to supernatural wisdom, distant literary descendants of this ancient figure. What clarifies this enduring appeal? Unlike most biblical figures concentrated on earthly concerns, political governance, family relationships, historical occurrences, Enoch signifies pure spiritual pursuit. He embodies the mortal desire to penetrate the barrier, dividing visible and invisible dimensions. The heritages also address a universal inquiry: what resides beyond mortality? Enoch, who never perished but altered, presents an alternative to both conventional afterlife convictions and total extinction. His account proposes awareness might persist in radically different state rather than simply continuing or concluding. Enoch's function as record-keeper reverberates with deeper mortal concerns about Chronicle's significance. Who observes our collective account? Who recalls what arrived before? Who safeguards wisdom across generations? Enoch signifies the possibility that nothing genuinely valuable is ever permanently forfeited. For ancient settlements confronting persecution, Enochic heritages presented particular comfort. His ascent account promised divine righteousness would eventually dominate despite current suffering. His concealed compositions safeguarded for future generations, proposed reality would surface when most required. This configuration of concealed wisdom, subsequently disclosed in periods of crisis, transformed into a powerful account template across numerous heritages. From Gnostic writings to medieval predictions to modern apocalypticism, the motif of hidden understanding, anticipating the appropriate moment for revelation, traces back to Enoch, giants, and other cultures. The Book of Giants extracts from ancient Jewish heritage, but its fundamental account, enormous creatures created from sky deities and mortal women, materializes worldwide. From Ireland to Indonesia, from Greece to Peru, stories of giants establish component of humanity's distributed storytelling inheritance. Greek mythology presents the closest similarity with its titans and gigantes, enormous creatures who challenge divine sequence. Like the Nephilim, these giants embodied excessive desires and cosmic limit transgressing. Their defeat by Zeus reflects the flood account's divine restoration of appropriate boundaries. Norse legends relate of Jotnar, primordial giants who preceded even the deities. From their defeated bodies, the cosmos itself was established, mountains from bones, oceans from blood. This establishment, through elimination theme, resonates how the biblical flood both concluded one world and commenced another. Indigenous North American accounts discuss giant cannibals who once terrorized mortals before culture heroes defeated them. These stories frequently clarify terrain features. How certain peaks established when giants descended, how valleys materialized where they traversed. Hindu heritages characterize Daityas and Danavas, semi-divine giants created from the goddess Diti. Their perpetual war with the deities, devas, resembles the Nephilim's troubled relationship with divine sequence. Like numerous giant legends, these accounts investigate appropriate relationship between cosmic authorities. Polynesian accounts feature Maui and other heroes, deceiving or defeating giants who hoarded resources or threatened settlements. Easter Island's enormous statues, moai, may link to ancestor reverence, involving stories of ancient giant progenitors. Archaeological discoveries frequently reinforce these accounts. Ancient civilizations uncovered dinosaur bones and mammoth remains without modern scientific framework. Discovering enormous femurs or skulls, they reasonably concluded giants once traversed the planet. Legend and bodily evidence appeared to validate each other. Megalithic constructions like Stonehenge or Easter Island's Moai presented similar mysteries. Without modern engineering awareness, ancient settlements reasonably questioned how typical mortals could transfer such enormous stones. Giants delivered a logical clarification for otherwise mysterious monuments. Folk heritages globally distribute noteworthy similarities in how they characterize giants, typically more powerful than mortals, but slower reasoning, capable of reorganizing terrain, associated with primitive periods, and frequently possessing valuable wisdom despite their aggression. What clarifies these similarities? Some 19th-century scholars proposed diffusion, one original giant account extending globally through migration. Others contended for independent invention, similar mortal concerns naturally generating similar accounts across unconnected cultures. Modern anthropologists propose more complex dynamics. Some giant heritages probably extended through cultural contact. Others emerged independently from universal mortal experiences, envisioning larger creatures, discovering oversized fossils, confronting impressive monuments from earlier civilizations. The psychological dimension holds equal significance. Giants embody ambivalence about mortal authority and civilization. They signify both what we might transform into, more powerful, larger, more capable, and what we dread transforming into, brutal, excessive, alienated from natural sequence. Jung's concept of archetypes presents another methodology. Perhaps giant accounts surface from distributed unconscious configurations. The mortal intellect, naturally articulating concerns about proportion, authority, and primordial intimidations through similar symbolic figures across cultures. Historically, giant accounts frequently materialize at civilization limits, related by agricultural civilizations about hunter-gatherers they displaced, by settled civilizations about nomadic neighbors, by newer religions about older convictions. Giants regularly signify the other, rendered enormous and threatening. Colonial confrontations intensified this configuration. European explorers interpreted indigenous heritages through biblical organizations, perceiving references to local giants as validation of Nephilim reports. Indigenous civilizations occasionally incorporated biblical giant accounts into their personal heritages, establishing hybrid accounts. Modern archaeological findings deliver scientific framework for some giant heritages. Megafauna like mammoths and giant ground sloths coexisted with early mortals, potentially shaping accounts of enormous creatures from primordial periods. Neanderthal and Denisovan remains might similarly have organized perceptions of different mortal categories. What renders the Book of Giants distinctive is not its giant characters, but how it integrates them into cosmic chronicle. Unlike folklore giants who simply exist, Nephilim possess particular theological beginnings and implications. They signify not simply bodily intimidation, but spiritual disorder. Fundamental limit violations with cosmic ramifications. This theological organization alters what might otherwise be simple monster accounts into profound investigations of mortal and divine boundaries. The giants transform into walking embodiment of category confusion, neither completely divine nor merely mortal, tragically captured between dimensions they do not completely belong to. Modern obsessions. The ancient Nephilim never ceased fascinating us. In reality, giants appreciate greater cultural prominence currently than at any period since antiquity. From best-selling compositions to viral recordings, from sermon sequences to conspiracy hypotheses, these antediluvian offspring of angels and mortals persist, captivating modern creativity. The late 20th century witnessed an explosion of Nephilim interest, commencing with fringe archaeology. Oversized skeletons, allegedly uncovered across America, nourished contemplation about giant races preceding acknowledged chronicle. Though mainstream archaeology rejects these assertions, they endure in popular culture. Christian publishing embraced the subject through authors like Chuck Missler and L.A. Marzulli, who linked Nephilim to end times prediction. Their compositions propose that Genesis 6:4, the Nephilim, were on the planet in those days, and also following, suggests a giant's returning before the Messiah does, fulfilling his caution that the conclusion will resemble Noah's period. The ancient astronaut hypothesis, popularized by Erich von Daniken and subsequently by television programs like Ancient Aliens, reinterpreted Watchers and Nephilim as extraterrestrials. In this interpretation, ancient writings characterize literal interbreeding between aliens and mortals, generating hybrid offspring with advanced wisdom. Digital culture amplified these concepts. YouTube channels dedicated to giant evidence assemble millions of observations. Social media clusters explore Nephilim genetics and concealed chronicle. Once limited to specialized compositions, these hypotheses currently extend through algorithms that reward engaging material regardless of scholarly merit. Video games and fantasy literature incorporate Nephilim themes, frequently combining biblical components with creative invention. The Darksiders game sequence features Nephilim as central characters. Numerous urban fantasy novels portray them as supernatural creatures traversing among modern mortals. What drives this renewed interest? Partially, it is the appeal of concealed wisdom, the excitement of accessing information supposedly suppressed by mainstream authorities. The Book of Giants, personal chronicle of forfeiture and rediscovery, flawlessly corresponds this account of hidden reality, anticipating rediscovery. Psychological factors participate as well. Giant accounts address anxiety about mortal significance in an expanding universe. If enormous creatures once traversed the planet, perhaps our cosmic importance surpasses our bodily dimensions. If angels bred with mortals, perhaps we are more than just evolved primates. Political dimensions cannot be disregarded either. Nephilim accounts frequently materialize alongside other alternative chronicles that challenge established comprehension. They appeal especially to those who distrust scientific and academic institutions, presenting counter-accounts where specialized wisdom does not establish reality. Religious concerns drive interest from another direction. As secular clarifications dominate public discourse, some believers pursue evidence that biblical reports hold literal historical reality. Nephilim hypotheses promise material validation for scriptural accounts otherwise rejected as mythological. The internet construction especially suits Nephilim contemplation. When searching giant skeletons, algorithms do not distinguish between peer-reviewed archaeological journals and contemplation websites. All materialize alongside, establishing false equivalence between radically different categories of sources. This democratization of information possesses benefits and drawbacks. More civilizations currently confront these ancient heritages than ever previously. Writings once accessible only to scholars currently arrive at millions. However, these heritages frequently arrive stripped of historical framework, scholarly apparatus, and interpretive heritages. Modern fiction progressively incorporates Nephilim components. Films like Noah 2014 dramatically portrayed watchers and giants. Television programs like Supernatural feature Nephilim characters. These creative modifications introduce ancient concepts to audiences who would never interpret academic translations of Dead Sea Scrolls. Role-playing games regularly include Nephilim-inspired character categories. The World of Darkness game framework features Nephilim as powerful supernatural creatures. The popular Dungeons & Dragons incorporates Goliath characters with attributes resembling ancient giant characterizations. Even modern spirituality movements demonstrate Nephilim influence. Some New Age heritages incorporate watchers into channeled instructions, frequently reframing them as miscomprehended instructors rather than rebellious angels. Crystal healing practices occasionally reference Watcher wisdom as the beginning of gemstone authorities. What would ancient authors construct of these modern modifications? They might identify the persisted authority of their fundamental account, creatures transgressing cosmic limits with catastrophic outcomes. They might appreciate how their caution about improper combining between domains still reverberates in a period of genetic engineering and artificial intelligence. But they might also be mystified by how their deeply religious account frequently materializes in secular frameworks stripped of moral implications. The Book of Giants was not simply entertainment, but theology, a serious attempt to clarify evil's persistence and divine righteousness's operation throughout Chronicle. This tension between ancient intention and modern application characterizes numerous revived religious writings. We, at the same time, safeguard them and alter them, discovering in ancient terms significance their authors could never have intended. Are they returning? As it existed in the days of Noah, so it will be at the arrival of the Son of Man. This simple phrase from Matthew's Gospel sparked centuries of contemplation. If the Messiah compared the end periods to Noah's day, and if giants traversed the planet, then might they return prior to the final condemnation? This inquiry has generated intense debate among certain Christian settlements. Prediction instructors indicate Genesis 6:4. The Nephilim were on the planet in those days, and also following, as evidence giants endured the flood or reappeared subsequently. The phrase "and also following" nourishes apocalyptic contemplation. Popular compositions like the Nephilim and the Pyramid of the Apocalypse explicitly link antediluvian giants to end times prediction. Authors propose Nephilim DNA might be extracted from ancient remains, establishing hybrid creatures that fulfill biblical cautions about unprecedented tribulation. These hypotheses obtained fresh momentum with genetic advances. CRISPR technology, chimera research, and synthetic biology appear to resonate watchers, instructing mortals prohibited arts. Some perceive modern science unwittingly recreating conditions that delivered divine condemnation previously. Conspiracy settlements embrace these concerns with particular vigor. Online forums explore alleged government programs establishing mortal-non-mortal hybrids. Ancient alien theorists propose extraterrestrials who established the original Nephilim plan to return, fulfilling both UFO anticipations and biblical prediction at the same time. Mainstream scholars and traditional religious authorities generally reject these apocalyptic Nephilim hypotheses. Academic biblical studies interpret the Noah comparison differently, concentrating on moral conditions rather than literal giants. Traditional theology emphasizes spiritual readiness over contemplation about monstrous returns. What drives this fascination with returning giants? Partially, it is the psychological appeal of concrete intimidations. Confronting abstract concepts like transgression or condemnation senses overwhelming. Identifying particular foes, even supernatural ones, renders cosmic performance comprehensible. Giants deliver visible villains in an otherwise invisible spiritual conflict. Religious uncertainty performs a function as well. In periods of rapid shift, apocalyptic reasoning frequently flourishes. When traditional convictions confront scientific or cultural challenges, believers occasionally emphasize supernatural components that science cannot readily reject. Giant-related predictions present tangible representations of conviction beyond material clarification. The Internet accelerates these contemplations. Concepts that once circulated slowly through specialized compositions currently extend instantly through recordings, forums, and social media. Someone's personal interpretation of obscure biblical passages arrives at global audience overnight, establishing impression of consensus where none might exist. Cultural anxieties nourish these accounts as well. Dreads about genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and transhumanism discover articulation in Nephilim hypotheses. Accounts about angel-mortal hybrids deliver ancient precedent for modern concerns about technological limit, transgressing, and enhancement. UFO settlements especially embrace Nephilim links. The ancient astronaut hypothesis reframes biblical giants as alien hybrids, their return involving spacecraft rather than supernatural manifestation. This interpretation connects religious prediction and secular contemplation, appealing to those attracted to both heritages. Some instructors link Nephilim return to particular locations. Mount Hermon, where the Book of Enoch states watchers descended, attracts specific interest. Conspiracy hypotheses propose governments conduct genetic experiments there, or that supernatural portals exist in the territory, readying for giants' reappearance. Predictions about how giants might return vary broadly. Some anticipate literal angel-mortal breeding, establishing bodily giants. Others expect genetic manipulation, generating hybrid creatures. Still others interpret Nephilim symbolically, signifying spiritually corrupt, powerful figures rather than actual giants. What these hypotheses distribute is their attempt to render ancient writings directly relevant to contemporary dreads. The Book of Giants transforms not simply historical artifact, but active caution about current dangers. Its age grants authority to modern concerns about genetic engineering or spiritual deterioration. Archaeological assertions nourish these anticipations. Accounts about giant skeletons discovered and concealed by Smithsonian administrators circulate broadly online. Though professional archaeologists reject these reports, they reinforce conviction that evidence for biblical giants exists, but confronts suppression by secular authorities. DNA examination of ancient remains has transformed into specific flashpoint. Some insist certain archaeological specimens hold non-mortal genetic substance, demonstrating Nephilim existence. Scientific organizations consistently reject these assertions. But in conspiracy settlements, such rejection frequently strengthens rather than weakens conviction. Proposed timelines for giant return frequently link to broader apocalyptic scenarios involving Israel, reconstructed temples, red heifers, or astronomical alignments. The Nephilim account transforms into one strand in complex end-times tapestry, with proponents discovering links to Revelation, Daniel, and other predictive literature. Religious leaders respond variously to these contemplations. Some embrace Nephilim hypotheses as literal cautions about approaching intimidations. Others interpret the passages symbolically while acknowledging believers' genuine spiritual concerns. Still others reject giant, concentrated apocalypticism as dangerous distraction from authentic conviction. What becomes forfeited in much modern contemplation is the ethical foundation of ancient giant accounts. The Book of Giants was not predominantly about bodily dimensions, but spiritual deterioration, about limits violated and establishment disordered. The giants signified cosmic injustice, their elimination, divine restoration of appropriate boundaries. Perhaps the most valuable inquiry is not whether giants will literally return, but what their account instructs about mortal tendencies. Do we, like watchers, extend beyond appropriate boundaries? Do we, like giants, devour without restraint? Do we identify appropriate limits between wisdom we should pursue and understanding best departed to deeper comprehension? The ancients comprehended giants as cautions, not simply about external intimidations but about mortal capacity for overreach. Whether interpreted literally or symbolically, their communication stays relevant. Some limits exist for justification. Some wisdom carries obligation. Some authorities demand understanding before wielding. In this comprehension, perhaps giants never genuinely departed. Their account persists whenever creatures blessed with wisdom employ it destructively. Whenever authority functions, desire rather than righteousness. Whenever establishment sequence confronts disruption from those who should safeguard it. What the giants departed behind, the waters climbed, the giants descended. Their enormous bodies reverted to dust under ancient soil, but something endured. Not simply legends, not merely fragmented writings, but a method of comprehending mortal experience that still organizes how we perceive ourselves in our world. What did these ancient accounts depart us? First, a vocabulary for reasoning about wickedness. Prior to modern psychology, prior to sociological clarifications of crime, the Book of Giants presented an organization for comprehending why our world holds such obscurity despite divine establishment. The giants signified wickedness with cosmic foundations. Not simply poor selections, but disorder woven into reality's fabric through primordial defiance. Their account acknowledged what we still grapple with. Some destructive configurations appear larger than individual determinations, transmitted down through generations like uninvited inheritance. They also departed us a specific perspective of wisdom. The Watchers instructed mortals arts like metallurgy, cosmetics, astronomy, and weapon constructing. Neutral abilities transformed, destructive through misapplication. This nuanced comprehension of technology senses strikingly relevant in our digital era. Unlike accounts portraying wisdom itself as prohibited, the Book of Giants proposes the difficulty resides in timing, framework, and intention. Some understanding requires readiness. Some technologies demand ethical organizations prior to their introduction. Some authority should arrive only when understanding exists to direct it. The Nephilim account also participated to how we comprehend mortal identity. By positioning mortals between angels and animals, capable of understanding yet vulnerable to desire, these accounts investigated what renders us distinctive. The giants as hybrid creatures highlighted inquiries about what constitutes humanity itself. Are we defined by reason or desire? By divine image or earthly state? By spiritual capacity or bodily boundaries? The giants, tragically captured between domains, embodied these tensions. Their limit-transgressing nature compelled ancient audiences to consider what limits appropriately define mortal existence. These accounts organized artistic creativity across centuries. Renaissance paintings of the flood, Milton's portrayal of fallen angels, romantic fascination with devastation of forfeited civilizations, science fiction investigations of post-human existence, fantasy literature's persisted interest in creatures larger than life. All these creative heritages bear Nephilim influence. Architecturally, they departed traces as well. Medieval cathedral carvings featuring giants and angels, Renaissance frescoes portraying the flood, modern science fiction films portraying ancient astronauts. These visual interpretations carry forward motifs first established in writings like the Book of Giants. Linguistically, they shaped how we articulate. Phrases like fallen angel, prohibited wisdom, giants in the planet, and antediluvian entered common vocabulary through these heritages. Even civilizations unfamiliar with the original accounts employ vocabulary organized by them. Psychologically, they delivered organizations for comprehending troubling visions and intuitions. When we detect something has transformed wrong at cosmic magnitude, when we sense ourselves small against vast powers, when we envision catastrophe or alteration, we frequently extend for imagery these ancient accounts first articulated. They departed us specific methods of narrating chronicle. The configuration of golden era, deterioration, condemnation, and renewal materializes across cultures, but receives distinctive articulation through flood accounts. Modern apocalyptic reasoning, whether religious or secular extracts on templates, these accounts established. Ethically, they participated in enduring insights about authority and obligation. The giants' destructive consumption configurations, their aggression toward establishment, their insatiable desires, all functioned as cautions against employing strength without restraint. Their destiny cautioned against mistaking authority for righteousness. Ecologically, they presented early reflection on mortal relationship with natural world. The flood arrived partially because giants corrupted their method upon the planet, a phrase some ancient commentators link to environmental elimination. This interpretation perceives the giants as signifying humanity's capacity to damage the fundamental establishment intended to sustain us. Spiritually, they departed a legacy of possibility amid apparent impossibility. Against overwhelming deterioration, against creatures apparently too powerful to resist, divine righteousness eventually dominated. Noah's endurance signified chance of safeguarding through catastrophe. Kernels of renewal, rescued from essential elimination. These accounts also organized how we interpret mysterious evidence. When 19th century scientists uncovered dinosaur bones, cultural recollections of giants shaped early interpretations. When archaeologists revealed enormous ancient constructions, giant heritages organized hypotheses about their establishment. For religious settlements, these heritages presented methods to incorporate pre-biblical accounts into monotheistic organization. Mesopotamian flood stories, Greek Titan legends, widespread giant traditions, all could be comprehended as culturally particular recollections of occurrences the Bible characterized more accurately. Politically, Nephilim accounts shaped how settlements justified territorial assertions. From ancient Israel perceiving Canaanite giants as remnants of corrupt pre-flood races to colonial authorities characterizing indigenous civilizations through giant-shaped vocabulary. These accounts occasionally rationalized conquest. Scientifically, they disclosed how ancient civilizations constructed comprehension of bodily evidence without modern organizations. Discovering mammoth bones, they reasonably concluded giants once existed. Monitoring geological evidence of flooding, they naturally linked it to retribution accounts. Their interpretations signify not ignorance but rational significance, constructing within available wisdom frameworks. Most fundamentally, these accounts departed us richer symbolic vocabulary for designating what resides beyond typical experience. When reality surpasses usual categories, when occurrences appear more significant than typical characterizations capture, when alteration occurs at levels terms struggle to articulate, we frequently extend for mythic vocabulary these heritages established. For all their peculiarity to modern years, these giant accounts addressed perennial mortal inquiries. Why does wickedness endure despite divine excellence? What occurs when limits blur between previously separate categories? How should we employ wisdom that delivers both benefit and danger? What constitutes appropriate boundaries for mortal ambition? The Book of Giants vanished for centuries, but never genuinely disappeared. Its fundamental concerns about wisdom, authority, spiritual deterioration, and cosmic righteousness persisted, discovering articulation through other channels. Even without the writing itself, its essential inquiries stay too significant to overlook. Perhaps that is what the giants genuinely departed behind. Not simply pieces of ancient writing, not merely legends of enormous creatures, but an enduring collection of inquiries about what it signifies to be mortal in a world where we possess wisdom powerful enough to eliminate what we most cherish. Their account reminds us that we, as well, exist at limits between dimensions, capable of understanding yet vulnerable to desire, blessed with creative authority yet prone to elimination, constructed for link yet tempted by aggression. In their tragic story, we glimpse our personal capacity for both transcendence and devastation. The waters that carried Noah's Ark have long since withdrawn. The giants' bones have transformed to stone under mountains. But the inquiries their account generated stay as relevant as ever, streaming like an underground river through mortal awareness, surfacing wherever we confront our personal enormous capacity for both establishment and elimination.